That's exactly, you know, it was funny, and I went into, the eye doctor, she's like, come on, Ellie, I swear, once you get the hang of it, you just put, I mean, I'm sure you think the same thing as me, but you just put it in your eye, and you just rub it in, and it just goes away.
Alright, going live.
Better wipe my face. Okay, good evening. Welcome to the Brighton Area Board of Education meeting. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Ms. Ackermite.
Dr. Scott?
Here.
Mr. Stahl?
Here.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Here.
Mr. Conley?
Yep.
Mr. Meyer?
Here.
Mrs. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Burkett?
Here. Do we have a motion to approve tonight's agenda as presented?
So moved.
Okay, support. Moved by Ms. Reed, supported by Mr. Stahl. Any discussion?
Would like to amend the agenda to add item 8 before, right after call to the public, a discussion and then voting on any resolutions related to school of choice to continue the work we started last night.
If it's a resolution, do we need to vote,
We will, yes.
or is it a consensus, or is it a vote?
It will be a vote
A vote.
if we adopt any of the resolutions that were proposed last night.
Okay.
Okay, so can you repeat that real quick? I'm sorry.
What is the exact wording of the motions that we had? How did we do this last night?
So following call to the public, we're adding a 4-action item related to school of choice. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Thank you, Mr. Birchfield. Yes.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any nays? It passes 7-0, and that brings us to our first superintendent candidate for this evening, which is Ms. Sharon Irvine. Welcome, Ms. Irvine.
Thank you much.
So I'll just run through a couple of quick things from an introduction standpoint, and then we'll dive right in. So on behalf of the Board of Education, we're welcome to Brighton Area Schools. Sharon Irvine is here tonight for the position of superintendent. Ms. Irvine is currently our Assistant Superintendent of Labor Relations and Personnel for Brighton Area Schools. Ms. Irvine will take the total interview time will be 90 minutes. And we'll ask 22 total questions, and we'll do it in a format where each of us has 3. In fact, actually, I think Mr. Myers has 4, but so that you're not just bouncing around from person to person. We'll have about 75 minutes set aside for. Oh, camera was here. Yeah, perfect. We have about 75 minutes set aside for questions from the board, and then we'll certainly provide enough time for you to be able to ask any questions of the board and then any closing statements. Obviously, this is a critical decision for the district, and in doing so, we want to make sure that our community has an opportunity to provide feedback. So those individuals wishing to provide feedback, there is a feedback form on the superintendent search link, which is on our homepage on the district website, and instructions are provided there. Although the task of choosing our next superintendent is the responsibility of the board as elected representatives of the community, we certainly value greatly the input from the community members and ask that you do take time to fill that feedback form out for us. And while we're not seeking recommendations for the specific candidate, we do want to hear from our community and take that into account in the decision-making process. Okay, and with that, we'll jump in.
All right.
Well, I first want to say thank you for allowing me this opportunity to meet with you and discuss this important position for Brighton area schools. Brighton is a phenomenal district, and I feel very fortunate to be here, serving in the role that I'm serving in. And I look forward to talking to you about the opportunity to expand that impact and to work with students very directly and with families and with the community. So I appreciate this chance to talk to you formally about that.
Great. So the first question we have for you tonight is, and some of this has probably become more known as certainly you're an internal candidate. We certainly know much more about your background, but the community may not have the same level of understanding. So can you please briefly describe or review your background and share why you are interested in the position at this point in your career?
Yes, definitely. So I've been in education now for about 23, 24 years. Education has been really, it started with a passion for children and has remained a passion for children. And it has remained a perpetual career question for me, which is what more can I do for the kids of our communities? And I started with that passion, very young. I started as a gymnastics coach. I worked with our church quite a bit, with our teenagers that are there and our youth group that was there. I worked as a parapro for a homebound service, homebound services for students. Then I was able to start teaching in San Diego as a bilingual teacher. So that was a phenomenal experience. I was able to teach 5th grade in Spanish, and there just wasn't anything more fun, I think, at that moment. But in the spirit of the question of what more can I do, one of the pressing concerns I had as a bilingual teacher in San Diego was noticing the overcertification of bilingual students and Spanish-speaking students, and noticing that there was this need for special education teachers who also was able to speak Spanish. And so my next step in my career was I was just very determined to be in that role, serving in a need that didn't seem to have a large number of people there. So I went ahead and got my master's in special education at that time, and not only did I go into, I emphasized the LD side of it, the learning disabled side of it, as well as the emotionally disabled side of it in California, as it was known at that time. And that was my big plan, was to go ahead and start there and fill a niche that needed to be filled. But life happens, and I ended up in Michigan instead. And I came to a population that didn't have a large Spanish-speaking population. And I started teaching 2nd grade, and I taught in a school in Ypsilanti, and it was a phenomenal experience. And I really got a chance to see in those early years how important it was, the administrative support that comes with teaching, and how what we do for children makes every difference when the school is gathered around a child, and what it is that they can provide, the social emotional connection that can be provided to them, and knowing that it really starts at the very top, at the leadership level. So I went ahead and decided I'm going to go for, take a look at the education administration side. And so I did get my ed specialist degree at Eastern Michigan University. And afterwards, I thought things were very, very simple. I was very, very young, and I thought, you apply and you just become an administrator, and that's what you do. And so I did apply for the Perry Child Development Center, and they said, you're hired. And I was a 26-year-old that said, okay, great, well, what's next? And what's next is I encountered a faculty of staff that said, we've been teaching quite a while, and so how are you going to earn our trust? We know kind of what we're doing at this point. And I remember immediately learning very quickly that the best role that I could serve as an administrator was a supportive role, that I would learn from that faculty. There was more that they would teach me than that I would teach them. So it became really clear that my leadership had to be one that facilitated opportunities for them to collaborate, opportunities for them to grow, opportunities for them to be a master teacher and to support what they knew already were the things that I just had to pull out and give them the opportunity to plan and do, and things. That entire school experience was a remarkable one. We, after about 2 years, realized that research told us half-day kindergarten for children in need really did a disservice, and we needed to make sure that we offered full-day kindergarten. So we did that, and we ended up growing the school at that time. We grew it by a significant amount in terms of students, started a program. And then politics sometimes in IPSI can be contentious, and there was a point in time in the early 2000s in which we saw a lot of upheaval in some of the administrative ranks. And at that time, I decided to go ahead and look around, because in perpetual questions of what can I do next for children, it was how much do I know about how schools are serving children across the state. I knew how underprivileged schools were coming about. I knew where poverty, where those needs were. But what about finding other school districts, and what are they doing in those environments that made such a big difference? So I moved from Terry Child Development Center to Thornton Creek Elementary in Northville as a principal there. I was a principal for 6 years in that building, and it was a phenomenal few years. Again, I learned from the staff, and we had an enthusiastic staff, and they were eager to jumpstart a school culture that just said, you know what, we want to make this school a wonderful place for kids. And families said, we want to make this a wonderful place for kids. And we all got together and made it a really phenomenal place for kids. I have to say, I still hear about those years from families who have gone through and talk about what a difference that made for their kids. But I went through, and the questions though still happen. I wasn't satisfied in terms of feeling like there's still more I can do. And one of the things that really struck me as an intellectual question was how do school districts handle a lot of the legal pressures? So as an administrator, I found myself being more risk avoidant and saying no to more things than I could say yes to. And a lot of that question for me was, where are those boundaries? Where are those really acceptable places where we can take steps with courage and provide for kids what they needed? And where do we stop being afraid and start being really courageous about what we offer? So I decided at that point to go to law school, and I did that as an evening program at Wayne State for 6 years, and that was a long time, very long time to go to school, certainly every evening. But it was very fulfilling, and it opened some doors and provided a lot of really interesting understanding about education law. So I went back to Ypsilanti and became their executive director of human resources. At that time, it was a time when Ypsilanti was in some perpetual change, and that's a theme for Ypsilanti. We did that a lot. In this case, we ended up with coming into a situation where the financial challenges were very extreme, to the point where the solution that was organized through the ISD was to consolidate 2 school districts, Willow Run Community Schools and Ypsilanti Public Schools. I was a human resources director during that time, at least as the planning was happening. And as part of that process, the district disassociated from all of their employees and then kind of restarted a new district with a new set of employees. So at that time, I went on to Warren Consolidated Schools, where I served as the Chief Human Resources Officer for the first few years, and then title changed, one of those titles that comes with lots of just extra responsibility, which was the Chief Operating Officer for Warren Consolidated Schools. As a Chief Operating Officer, my role was to handle the HR side but also handled pupil accounting, and the special education was in my line of supervision, as well as our counselors and secondary scheduling. So those were the big chunks that I was able to at least provide some leadership process. And it was a phenomenal 6 years, absolutely phenomenal. I can't say enough about my colleagues, those that I worked with and worked for, and that Board of Education. But Warren is a long ways to drive for 6 years. And that was something that I really had to kind of wrestle with. At some point, I need to find a home district, a forever district that's a little bit closer. So Brighton's position came open, and it was, to me, a perfect storm. I wouldn't say storm, a delta, a perfect confluence of a community that is incredible and supportive, obviously a staff that is amazing, students that are incredible, and certainly a Board of Education that is very dedicated to making this the best school district they can possibly make it. And it's been a great year. Working for Dr. Gray has certainly been a very strong, great experience with a lot of wonderful learning to it. So here I am now, and all of those questions, I've been in a PhD program now for a little while, and that research is really about community and how school districts and communities connect. But where my heart is, and where it has stayed, is in the role of support and service to children and families and the education process. And right now I've been on the compliance side, and quite reasonably, that's where you land when you go to law school and you come back. You know, that's where I don't know what you expected, you know, where you'd be on. But I do think what I'd like for it to serve in my career moving forward is a layer of depth, but not the sole role that I serve in a district. And I see a very strong fit with the direction that Brighton has gone in shaping a school system around the well-being of children, and now finding some systems to anchor those into some long-lasting practices. So here, this is where I am, and I'm excited to talk further about some of the specific questions you have.
So as a follow-up to that, what's your vision of the future for Brighton area schools under your leadership?
Well, I say every bit of heart that is in this district stays. Every bit of excitement that is in this district also stays. This district has been a source of innovation. Teachers have felt empowered to come up with ideas for how to make learning better for kids, how to make kids more connected to their schooling experience. And I am so impressed by what our administrators do in this school district to make that happen. But I do think it can become overwhelming because you have a lot of initiatives that are going on. You have a lot of things that people in the community rely on, and they rely on the Board of Education to keep going. And I remember when we had this experience, I remember how this was such a great thing. My children did it, can we do it as well? Those are the natural questions that evolve when you have so much innovation and you have some decentralization that happens where buildings and small epicenters of decision-making happen. So vision for Brighton area schools is to find a way to institutionalize a lot of the great things that are happening at this point in time and move them into an organizational space where they can happen consistently and predictably with the kind of financial resources that keep them going. So there's a professionalization that comes kind of with this excitement and this enthusiasm. How do we make a system that's centralized to a point where the experiences that our community and family have with the district are predictable and reliable and are ones that they expect from a community like Brighton area schools. And so I think the vision is everything we're doing and doing it in a very sound, procedurally sound, centralized way.
Great, thank you. Based on what you've learned here in BAS, what do you believe to be the 2-3 most critical long-term challenges our district is going to need to address, and how does your background and skill sets play into addressing those challenges?
So I think I'm going to kind of integrate the last question and this question both. When I think about vision for us as a top performing district that is educationally sound, not just educationally sound, but educationally superior, that is procedurally superior, that is every experience that our children want to have, they have, and they have it in the way that they excel and have opportunities to excel. I will go back to what I commented on in the prior question, which is there are pros and cons to being highly decentralized. And sometimes you can get pieces of the organization that get lost. And I think that one of the big important pieces that we have to do is find a way to centralize what we do. And when I say that, I mean a very consistent process for how we consider and deliver curriculum, a very consistent process for how we consider and deal with human resources issues, such as whether it's employment processes, whether it's evaluation processes, whether it's support processes, all of those, there are sources that need to be centralized to make sure that experience is common throughout the school district. And I see that as a big issue, and I see that as an issue that's coming forward most in this time, because pandemic leadership is a centralized problem. It's a very centralized problem. And in order to activate all of the things that you need to activate to make sure that every building is secure and every student is safe, you really have to be able to grab every piece of every thread that's happening in those buildings, and from a central location, make sure that they are happening consistently. So we're turning on a dime. We're turning very quickly. And unfortunately, we're pressed up against an issue that is such a challenging one for every school in the nation, I think, right now. We're not alone. Our state is not alone. Our nation is facing this. How do we keep our children safe? And safety has been one of my most, my hallmarks as a leader had always been safety. And now we're suddenly in a different world when it comes to what safety means. So, you know, our leadership issues moving forward long-term, A, centralization, B, getting through this year. That's a big one. How do we get through so that we can return to a sense of normalcy pre-COVID? What was our district pre-COVID, and how do we do what we can right now so that when we're done with this, we can go back to a recognizable version of who we were? That's going to be a really important intentional process, intentional planning, intentional conversations, and leadership that's coordinated. Coordination of leadership will be a big piece as well, making sure that we're all working together for one common purpose. That's going to be another one that is important to us. Certainly there are always instructional challenges, and by challenges, goals that we want to reach. I'm impressed with what we turn out in graduation rates. I'm impressed in what we're turning out. I think we even have farther that we can go when we look at what rate our students are performing at, and how they're doing on their testing, and how they're doing in graduation rates and in college acceptance. What can we do to even make that stronger? I feel that the district has done a fantastic job on the athletic front. We're a competitor anywhere, you know. What a year we just had. But how do we become that competitive even instructionally? What does that look like? So that's another task I think that's ahead of us.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Irvine.
Hi.
I am going to be asking you questions about district relations.
Mhm.
Maintaining healthy relationships with school and community stakeholders is important to the Board of Education. Please share with us how you have gone about building and maintaining successful relationships with all members of the school community.
Okay. So very specific to Brighton, I can talk very limited about what my role has been. So as far as Brighton is concerned, obviously my role is with staff and with leaders and administrators, and that's been the shape of the role itself. Certainly the district had gone for a very long time without an HR director, so stepping into it, a lot of people are very familiar and they have a lot of patterns of behavior that you kind of have to kind of inch your way into and say, hey, I'm here. I can take some of that if you'd like me to. So that's been this year. But in my examples of leadership in prior years, I served on the Board of Education for Ypsilanti Community Schools. And that whole process, as you know, developing and collecting the confidence of your community enough where they place you in this position to guard and protect their children, that's a pretty significant community relationship that you have. And those community relationships within that community really had quite a lot to do with my role as a principal. For a very long time, I was the stop. I was the first principal that all of their children had when they first got to the school system. And so those relationships with those families and the community presence that we were able to form together really kept that bond very, very tight, moving on into 10 years later, when that became something that I felt very compelled to ask myself again, what more can I do? So that was big. In Northville, we did the same thing. We said, okay, it's not enough for us to go to school and have this great school experience. What are we doing for others? And so part of the mission that I asked our staff to develop is a K-5 plan of service activities in the community. Every grade level was responsible for a service community. They were going into Detroit, they were going into other communities of need, and said, we have to do something. At every grade level, our children will be involved in a service project unique to that grade level. The other was a beautification. Everyone was involved in making the school as beautiful as they possibly could, which was, part of whether it was gardening, whether it was growing stuff around the schools. Those were all important pieces. And that was not something ever I did in isolation. There was certainly a parent who was really a leader in that, and it was more opening the doors to letting that happen. But we integrated ourselves into the community and said, this is important to us, and we're not going to be isolated here in what we do. So those were other opportunities that leadership really saw an opening with, and the strength of connections happening through community partnerships. And we had quite a few community partnerships that worked in concert at that time. In the role of a board member, of course, though, you're attempting to pass sinking fund millages, you're attempting to motivate the community to respond to the needs of the school district. And so in those, I attended, Kiwanis Club, whether it was Rotary Club, whether it was neighborhood watch groups. Those were all connections that I used to at least connect or find where all of our constituents often came together, and gave opportunities to ask questions about the school, to give them information about the school. And the feedback I always got from those experiences was how much that meant to those community groups, and how much they felt those experiences gave them confidence that what we were doing in our school system was a very intentional way, or intentional process of supporting kids. And word of mouth, there was nothing that grew the confidence uniformly in the district than those one by individual experiences all accumulated together. So in the Warren, when I got to Warren though, obviously my community changed, and my community was our teachers and our staff, because now I'm on the HR side. And getting those relationships were about constantly looking for feedback, looking for opportunities for them to add to our collective thinking on what do we do next for our kids that's going to make a difference. And I've always felt that instruction is really this aggregate of best practice ideas that by experience these teachers are bringing forward. And so if we're not asking those teachers, what are your best experiences and how do we grow those, we don't find ourselves in the opportunity to grow collectively in instruction. And so that community within the school community was a strong one. There was always a connection that I had with every one of our staff members because I had done all those roles. I started as a church custodian when I was a teenager. I was a parapro, I was an athletic coach. I was a principal, a teacher. There was always, most of the roles that were in the organization. At one point, I think I was a cook, a kitchen helper, in some of my roles. And I always had some connection with the roles that everyone in the staff had done. And our community of staff always felt that was a meaningful link. We really had something in common. And that's how I approached all of my staff relations, which I think in the long run really made for some very peaceful labor negotiations and processes that happened during times of extreme deficit and concession at the same time. It's a really long answer to that, and hopefully I got to there somewhere. But
Yes, thank you so much.
yeah.
My next question is, what are some examples of community activities in which you have provided leadership, and in what ways did this benefit your district?
Again, finding ways for the community to come in, and I think the biggest, I think I answered a lot of that probably in the last question, but the improvement in Ypsilanti, when we brought our community in, we saw a lot of investment in what we were doing, and at the same time, we saw a lot of parent investment in what their children were doing in that school setting. So reaching out to them, sometimes I rode buses to school, to homes. If I didn't see the parent for a while, I just got on the bus and said, hey, I haven't seen you for a while. We've got some issues we need to resolve right now and we need to work with. And that kind of connection, parents still talk about when they see me. They're like, do you remember that time when you said and you came over? And those are the community involvement, that when you show that you care and you're in that, that makes all the difference. And all of a sudden now they're showing up. They're showing up at every single parent group meeting now because they had that chance to, they knew that we cared about them and we really weren't going to let them just drop away from our program. So they knew I was coming one way or another. So they started participating. So, yeah.
Thank you. How do you think various stakeholders, such as parents, community members, and staff members, should be involved in our planning process and in setting direction for the district?
So I'll draw an example as a principal in Northville. Every year we started, our first meeting together was, okay, I got all your surveys from last year. So we would end the year and I'd give them a survey. What did we do that worked out really well? What did we do that we absolutely need to stop and never do again? And it was great. It sounded great, but just we need to not do that again. Or what did we do that worked out kind of well, but boy, we really could improve that. And they left with that. And I spent the summer kind of working through it and making little charts and making little graphs and coming back. And their first meeting was, okay, this is what you said. You said, this is what we need to stop. This is what we need to start. This is what we need to. And we said, okay, here's some ideas. And everyone would gather around, take that, and we'd start an action plan for that year and start the year off with changes that we had made from the prior year. And it really kept us moving forward rather than just spinning with the same complaints and rather just spinning with the same frustrations. We really said, okay, this is what we're doing. We realize it's in print. We know that it's done. We were putting it to rest. We're moving forward. But it was a way that my staff also felt engaged. They engaged every year in a way that made them feel like, well, their voices, because my name is right, or not name, but my survey response is right in there. And we're actually making a decision based on what they said. So people felt connected. through that whole process. And that's always how I felt that feedback for me in terms of what direction do we go next in leadership. You know, I have my idea of what's going well and was really awesome that we did. And I've always, somehow been surprised when there have been times when staff is like, that really didn't turn out as well as you thought. We really ought to change that. But it was an important leadership feedback cycle. Because if we don't ask those questions, if we don't ask those of our community, if we don't ask those of our parents, of our students, ask the students, and we would ask the students things like the same thing. We'd say, hey, what did we do really well this year? What did you like at our that we ran this year? And they would weigh in and so articulately, just really were expressive and they never were short of words to say. So that cycle, I think, is an important one that gives everyone that chance for feedback.
Thank you.
Thanks, Irvine. In what specific ways should our district be working with other local districts in order to serve our students and their students?
Well, in Livingston County, we're really interconnected, whether it's through our School of Choice program, where I spent a lot of time this afternoon looking at where our participation rates are. We're connected. We're connected in a lot of other ways. Our county provides our special education services. Our consortiums with career technical education, we're all interconnected. And what I have noticed, even in kind of the decision to be in person for schooling through the county, there has been a lot of conversation between how counties in the district or districts in the county are handling something very similar. So there seems to, what I understand and what I'm noticing is there is a very collective, really collective ownership to what is happening in this county. And I have been incredibly impressed with the organizational outreach and support that LESA has given for whether it's support through administrative services and hey, we're all going to sit down and talk every other week or every week at this point. We know it's really stressful. And I think part of it has to do with the size of the county. It's really a manageable size in terms of the number of school districts that are collaborating and talking through. But I think we learn from each other. I think we're able to offer services to each other that our counties may not be able to do in isolation. And I see that we've taken advantage of that. And I think that it improves the quality of what we're able to give.
Thank you. What impact do you think the Every Student Succeeds Act has had on Michigan school districts?
Well, I think that we've seen some good things come from it. I think we've seen some relaxation of some standards that may be concerning, or they also can work for us. So I'm going to just talk to you from the HR side of that, because when you get into central office, you start to adjust to the fact that as a principal, you really had your hands on everything that was happening. When you get into a central office position, you start to really narrow your exposure to. In HR, I would say that there's some certification, certainly concerns when we moved off of our highly qualified, some of our highly qualified expectations. That's a product of that. Do we have to have it? Michigan stayed strong with it. But I think that it was a confusing moment for it. But I do think that the heart of it, which is, certainly to make sure that we're offering what we need to be for students is there. And so, yeah, I will tell you that it's been limited on the HR side.
Along the same lines, what impact has standardized testing and teacher accountability had on the education system in Michigan?
So I think The first thing I would say about the accountability measures, I have been a firsthand consumer of teacher evaluation instruments where you had questions about whether or not your room was clean. And now we're talking about things like how are you engaging your students? And we have some solid rubrics for that. So I think that the opportunity to talk to our staff and our teachers meaningfully about instruction has really opened up with the expectations that evaluation has very specific standards with it, and that the tools are consistent across school districts. I think it gave administrators a lot of relief on it. An opportunity, to say, look, we'd like to more meaningfully talk about your professional practice, not about whether or not the kids are all behaving and your room is clean. We want to talk about more about that. I do think what the pressures it has, though, put on us is the association with job status has brought with it its own level of anxiety. So when you really want to have a great conversation with teachers about their practice, we have this phenomenal tool, but we have this deep wrenching anxiety about it. Can I talk to you about this? Because, when you tell me that my performance really can use some improvement, does that mean I'm going to get laid off? And there's a fear that associates that with, when we know in psychology that fear tends to deter the kind of honesty and forthrightness that we want from our teachers too. So I've seen good and some challenges that have come with that. Standardized, having standards in testing. I think we are testing our children a lot. I think that is, however, a system that we're choosing to make sure that we are teaching what we need to be teaching. And at some point, we do have to check ourselves and against an objective standard and say, are the materials that we're using moving our students towards that performance level? Our practices doing that. And when we don't have something objective we're considering, then it's really easy to feel very comfortable in what we're doing and not have that additional pressure. But again, I do think that if we look at how sometimes it's used, which is it tends to favor certain socioeconomic circles in our state, and it tends to put an extreme amount of pressure in others, and you become just more aware of the need in areas with high poverty, how difficult it is to meet some of those standards, and how the resources that they have to do that with is always a constant concern. So, all of it can come with it. It's got its really strong points. And as long as we're able to keep our eye on what really matters from that, which is using that information to continually improve our practices and what we're doing for kids, and not looking at it as much as a penalty and a punishment piece, I think we're in good shape that way. And that's really how we should be considering some of those standards.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be asking you some leadership after these questions. Please describe your typical style of reading and talk about situations in which you want to vary.
Yes. So I would definitely consider myself to be a situational leader. And that's a newer word, I think, within the last 10 years, leadership-wise. And which means that there are times when I am an authoritarian, and when it comes to student safety, being an authoritarian is the important thing to do. There were decisions that we made about bus duty, bus stops, where parents were walking, and there was just we're not going to sit around and discuss this because this is unsafe, and so this is what we're doing. Those are rare, but those were about student safety. Predominantly, when we get into authoritative, when it comes to holding accountable my staff, I have high expectations for performance, and my role has been, one where laying out the expectations and then responding if those aren't met. And so there are times in those situations, like evaluation, like discipline, that's a lot more authoritative. But when it comes to support, when it comes to my normal, everyday leadership style, it is a servant leadership style. That is the predominant choice, because we're working with humans. We're working with people. This is an organization of people who educate other, people on the behalf of the people of our community. It is a people organization. And you can set out expectations and you can monitor them, but at the end of the day, your leadership has to motivate, and it has to support, and it has to grow all of the great things that our staff is already doing. And if you ever, as a leader, decide that you're going to try to control what's happening at a building level or at a classroom level, so that all of the innovation is as big as what you can think and what you can imagine, you're really doing a disservice to the whole system. So we need all of the thoughts, all of the ideas, all of the innovation that's happening from our staff, and there has to be a sense of collective ownership that happens, and that can only be fed through a servant leadership style, and that's the only way you can do that.
Thank you. Next question. What is the most difficult situation you've had to deal with in your educational career, and how was it resolved?
The most difficult ones sometimes just didn't get resolved, like pandemic, right? How do you resolve pandemic? How do you resolve, but I won't use this one. I will use the consolidation, that Ypsilanti and Willow Run. The most difficult, absolutely the most difficult kind of administrative responsibility to kind of take two existing institutions, two existing cultures, two existing sets of practices, people, communities who have relied on an institution all of their lives, who are alumni and whose children, whose parents were alumni, and they were as invested in that school system as anyone in Brighton. That was theirs. Willow Run was, let's see. And now you're going to bring them together. You're not just going to bring them together, but you're going to stop both of those institutions permanently. And now you're going to start this new one. And you're going to promise to your community, this new one's going to be great. It's going to be fine. These are adult issues. These aren't, children will be fine. They'll survive. That was tremendously difficult. Tremendously difficult. The anxiety of staff in terms of would they come back to the new district if they were laid off? Would they have a job? Managing fear, managing anxiety, managing a complete turnabout in which system are we going to use? Are we going to use this software system, or are we going to use this software system in the new district? Whose primary structure are we going to lean on? And what does that mean politically? So if we lean on IPSI's structure that's there, what does that say to our Willow Run community in terms of who's the dominant district moving forward? So that was the most difficult leadership. And when you're working in an HR position, you're working on the side of an organization. You're not working at the top, you're working on the side. And so you can kind of feed it, you can help it, you can support it from the side, but ultimately you have a very limited amount of control over what's really happening. And so the best you can do is within your line of supervision and leadership, do what you can to make sure that people felt that they were heard, that they were connected with, and that there was somebody that wanted to see them out to the other end, and make sure that they were stabilized when that all happened. So did it resolve itself? It did. The consolidation did happen, and it's done. And now we're 7 years later, and now my research is really about what effect does that have on your community when you do something like that. So it never for people who were involved in it at that time, I don't know that it ever resolved itself for them. And sometimes human problems are what schools have to deal with. We're microcosms of society, so we're dealing with human problems in these little incubated areas. It's called schools. So sometimes life happens and you don't get a chance to change it, the course, or make it different, but you can be there to guide and shepherd and mentor and help them through the learning experiences that come from it.
Final question, how do you lead in situations where you don't have authority over the people involved? And have you been in that position before in your career? And if so, how have you handled it?
Well, I have one employee that I supervise, which is my assistant. And yet I'm responsible as an HR director for kind of laying out expectations for performance on an entire organization. Which means that I have to stay connected in a peer level with supervisors. I'm not the supervisor of supervisors, but what I have to do is set out the structures that say, here is the expectation for how you'll run staffing. Here's the expectation for how you'll run interviews. And when supervisors need help in employee issues, my responsibility is to walk them through it. How do we get to where you need to be? Do you have this in place? Do you have that in place? So by virtue of the position itself, it leads itself to being kind of this consummate support without being this authority. So it has forced a different line of leadership for me than coming out of a building principalship role where you're very accustomed to having not just influence, but having direct supervision over what's happening during that time. So yes, that's really part of the role now.
Hi, Mr. Ryan, I'm going to answer a couple questions about instruction and curriculum.
Okay.
The first one, if you could please give some examples of educational change or reform that you have initiated in your current or previous positions that have led to improvements in student learning.
Mm-hmm. So in Ypsilanti, the Perry Child Development Center principal for the students that we had, we went through a really big change. That's when standards were starting to really appear for the instruction of kindergarten, which, we had many years where kindergarten was developmental. And, we had a lot of kitchen, furniture in those rooms. We had a lot of PlayStations in those rooms. That was kindergarten. And then suddenly, and it wasn't suddenly, it was a gradual process, but soon there was an expectation of standards. What are you going to be teaching? What are, giving them the MLPP, giving them the DRA, giving them DIBELS. Now suddenly we're assessing, kindergartners. And my staff had a hard time with that transition. They really felt philosophically opposed to moving away from a play-based curriculum. That was really a difficult instructional transition that they had to make. So one of the things that we really identified and advocated for is transitioning to full-day kindergarten, because we did find constraints in the number of hours that were available for this kind of instruction. And so we pushed really hard on this idea that we can't just do this in a half day, we need to be a full-day site. So in 2003, we became a full-day site. So then the leadership on instruction was, now what does a full day of instruction look like? How much time are you going to dedicate to assessment? How much time are you dedicating to literacy blocks? How much time are you dedicating to math blocks? What are we going to do during those times? What kinds of hands-on learning is going to happen? So that was a big transition. Then we started the Literacy Academy, which really was a much more closely shepherded literacy process. Smaller groups, parapros were there. We were engaged in the Reading First curriculum at that time. So we had some federal standards for the instruction of reading that we followed. And so all of that leadership was really guiding them towards some changes in their instructional performance. And about the end, towards the end of that, University of Michigan came in and wanted to do some studies because they were really looking at how African-American families were, what were some of the primary instructional challenges they were going to have. And they did quite a bit of assessment and came back and said, we really found something at Perry that we were surprised to see. And their response was, we were shocked to find out that your performance of your African-American students are outperforming your Caucasian students in the school. And that was something that was against literature at that time. The achievement gap was such a prominent discussion point in IPSI at that time. And they wanted to talk about that. Can we talk more about what's going on in the school that is leading to a shift in performance against what we kind of established at that time. And we at that time we had a lot of direct instruction happening and a lot of very careful modeling and support in those classrooms. And I can only say that we took that as feedback that what we were doing was working. We did the same in Northville when we focused really exclusively on whole child. We really felt like we had, kids that were primed for to be very successful in schools. They had all of their literacy-rich environments. PTOs were flooding the school with money, flooding the school with anything we wanted. They were coming in. What do we do with this? And so when we started focusing on service-based and we started focusing on a whole child approach, our scores changed, and we ended up outperforming the Gifted and Talented program that was there. And so just those kinds of investments started to make a really big difference, just as a whole. And so those were instructional examples from the time where I got to do what I love best, which was instruction.
Thank you. You've said a little bit about special education, but I'm going to ask you another question. What do you believe are currently the biggest challenges with special education in our region, and how should these challenges be addressed?
Well, I think it's really understanding how our special education students are part of the general population and making sure teachers are prepared to work with students in the general population. I think that's always, that's a developmental transition or a transition that's happening in all districts as the expectations for performance of special education students has really, been a highlight of reform. It's not okay for us to simply have our special education students out in a different setting. We expect them to be, we expect our students all to learn in the environment. We expect general standards, curriculum standards, and those expectations that's an adjustment, and our county continues to grow in that area. And the fact that we have LESA offering some services sometimes leaves an impression that these students may not necessarily be ours, just by virtue of a different employer sometimes. So that's that's a challenge that we have to overcome and make sure that we're moving towards that. On the flip side, what's also happened in our state is I think that as many rules that have been promulgated, it does push districts into a reactive mode when it comes to how resources are allocated. And those resources sometimes are allocated first, and sometimes that means that we're spending a lot of time and a lot of some of our kind of off the top, the funds that we have, we're making sure those environments are set. And we also have general ed students that may not be special ed certified, but still need those kinds of supports. So when we want to see this as a continuum where we're always working with kids where they're at, kind of that push to separate out kids and identify sometimes puts districts in a position that doesn't offer the services to those kids that also need them, that might be close to that line. So I think we're always we have to be intentional and proactive about how we allocate our money and how we allocate our time into making sure that we are still serving every student regardless. And I think Brighton does a nice job. You know, they have RTI. I know that that's, you know, a big part. They also have the enrichment, which one of the things in doing the research, you know, just in the HR position was seeing this enrichment program and thinking, wow, this is pretty amazing. You know, I'm really impressed with the way that differentiation has become a part of the instructional institution of Brighton. Very impressive.
I have one more question, and again, you talked a little bit about this, but how can we best meet the needs of college readiness while also providing high quality, relevant, career-focused opportunities for students?
We have to keep our eye on our career technical side. So when I was the HR director, in most of our other districts, when I've done the HR role, I've always had another role as well, which in IPSI was the career, adult ed and career technical education. So they were in my line of supervision. And what I saw from the work that our teachers were doing and our students, I saw kids leaving our programs and really making a pretty significant salary in a trade. And I will tell you that right now, you can't find an electrician in a school district because of what you have to pay. We have created a scarcity of tradesmen in our state, which we're suffering from. So I would definitely say that our career technical side has to have as much emphasis and making sure that we are giving those opportunities for kids. Our economy needs that. But kids also need that. Kids also need opportunities for different types of learning. But I think we're always in danger, though, of too nicely dividing what's that role and graduate role and career readiness, you know, or the, you know, graduation and college readiness skills. And we always have to keep in mind or our attention on what's happening in the career technical education and how are we making sure that those standards and those claims or that work that's happening is has an eye on what that college readiness is too, because it's not fair to ask children to make track decisions, you know, at some time in their high school and decide, are you going to be a tradesman, are you going to be a college grad? You should not have to make that choice. Trades education should complement a well-rounded, rigorous, college-ready type of curriculum. And there are ways to integrate that, but that just means that when we're working in our consortiums, that our instruction is attentive to that, and our expectations are attentive to finding ways to integrate, because they won't, if you leave them unattended, they won't necessarily do that. They'll often kind of move in their own track, isolated.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be asking you some questions regarding operations and finance. My first question is, please describe your experience with budget development and financial management. As part of that answer, what is the greatest financial challenge you have faced and how did you successfully resolve it?
So I haven't yet, well, Brighton was the first one here. Been in a school, a district where we weren't working with some form of deficit. I will tell you that's just been my whole career in central administration. I've had great relationships with our teachers and our labor groups, but I can tell you in my entire career, I don't think I've ever given a raise. And I don't mean that as a positive thing. I just mean that that's the kind of conditions we've always worked in, is guarding our resources. And it's probably just the fact that I'm in a career during this time, in 2010 to what's going on now, that anyone who's worked in that window of time knows that most of your leadership is resource scarcity, managing resource scarcity, and figuring out how to do that. So all of our, in Warren, we worked very closely with our teachers union and as well as our, certainly our administration. We did find ways to feed our budget side. We had a close working relationship, and often some of our best ideas came from the ground, which was, we need to make sure we start a transitional kindergarten program. And we got that started right away. We started generating revenue, quite a bit of revenue. We also got other programs. We expanded our GSRP slots so that we can expand our offerings there. Those were some of the revenue generating side. But every year, the budget coming together, it was a consolidated cabinet activity, and everyone was part of that. So we would feed the amendment, it would come out, we would explain how we're making reductions. My side was usually watching our staff line, our staff numbers, making sure that we do not have a staff creep, a position creep. That was my big line, was we're not gonna keep adding positions. When we get to a place where we don't need something, we're gonna, either repurpose or we're gonna start and move that out. So that's been the case for both IPSI. I think we were in a situation where we had to find several million. You guys were at the same position at the same time. We found that we had positions that we're still funding, and that was my role, was to collect those, and that was how I fed a budget cycle. But I will tell you that experience in Ypsilanti leads me to the same gut passion, the passion that all of you have in Brighton, which is, under no circumstances will any district that's under my care go into a deficit, because I've already seen that happen. I've already been there, and I've already experienced the emotional turmoil of that. And that is just a residual and impression from that experience. And in Warren, we got out of it in a year. We went into deficit, we got out within a year, but we gradually have been adding back resources, and that was also my role, was to, what resources can we add back now? What positions can we add back now that we had cut? And doing that in an intentional way.
Thanks. My next question is, how have you gone about prioritizing the allocation of financial resources in the best interests of students, staff, and the district as a whole? And what are your 3 top priorities when establishing a district budget?
So through different experiences, we've had the zero-based budget process, or the zero-based budgeting. We've had, we had to kind of move from a rollover budget. When we were in a deficit situation, we had to stop the perpetual rolling of the budget and just kind of whatever we didn't spend, now we still have available, and we can spend it this time. And the cycles that kind of lead people in the organization to believe that you better spend it now, or really fast, or it'll be there, we'll definitely have this money, and we don't have to worry about attending to it. So we went to a zero-based budgeting piece in Ypsilanti, and that was really dismantling our budget and saying, okay, let's start from what do we need in our budget, and let's start putting those in and making sure that we are thoughtful about every cost and expenditure that we have in our district, rather than just rolling it over and identifying 5 things that we might actually change in the next year. So it was a different process. Even though we didn't implement that in Warren, we got close to that towards the end, which was by having every administrator come in and line by line talk through what their budget was and what they thought they needed and why. And that was a central office conversation that we had with every budget holder. And that information fed the budget that actually came forward for board approval. So it forced everybody in the district to say, hey, your responsibility is your budget too. And it's not, that's something we all have to share. You had another question, which is, what are your priorities? And our priorities are always our programs for students. That's our priority. And I can't imagine any school district that doesn't have that as, you know, and I know that you have done a phenomenal job finding revenue sources so that you didn't touch the programs for kids. And that has to stay your epicenter.
It was actually, just to clarify, it was the top 3 priorities?
Okay. Yep. So definitely your students are certainly your first priority. Obviously, you have quite a bit of legal responsibilities and staffing. So you need to make sure that you can meet all of your responsibilities. What are those? You know, whether it's paraprofessional support for IEPs, whether it's making sure that we can offer the meals that we need to be offering. That was certainly a huge priority. Third, I would say that not only with programs, but it's making sure that we have a curriculum and making sure that our grants are all in place so that we have a flow of curriculum money that can offset some of our general fund expenditures. So we're always looking at how do we protect our general fund? How can we bring in new revenue sources? In Warren, we were able to finally count at risk, and that was quite a large sum of money that came in, and we were able to make some decisions on behalf of kids that way. And then resource management, of course. How do we protect our buildings? What are we looking at long term? So the decisions that we make now in stewardship, which is your bond project, your bond programs that have come through. Your eye is constantly on your resource management, your capital management, which that plays a role in your long-term budget planning, and you have done a phenomenal job with that.
Thank you. The next question is, please share your experiences with non-traditional revenue generating programs and shared services. How can these be maximized for the greatest benefit to our district?
So my experiences with shared services have really been here in Brighton. We did not have that in Warren. We started that in Northville, but I was not on the central office side of that. So in Brighton, at this point, shared services experiences, my direct involvement now is really to keep an eye on making sure that we're offering the electives that will keep the definition of shared services coursework true, and so that we don't ever put that money at risk. That's a big one. But we want to make sure that we maintain the 10% growth every year in new schools coming forward. We also are finding some interesting agreements that are cooperative agreements with non-contiguous districts that we have to keep an eye on and are continually capturing. So maintaining those relationships with the institutions that believe that our programming for shared services is one that they can trust. And they have. And that trust that's come from the experiences they've had good experiences. And so word of mouth is really keeping that strong and solvent. So doing that is an important one. I know that in the vision, finding a virtual school complement that can survive kind of through I know we're doing this out of necessity in a time of pandemic, but it is a kind of an institutional part of an instructional continuum that can produce in a normal weighted year, can produce some additional revenue. And what that does is now we're offering core services to some of our contiguous counties and those that can be considered contiguous through those cooperative relationships. So moving into the core side from the elective side would be a really big next step.
Thank you. My final question is, what is the most effective way to finance capital improvements, both in the short term and long term?
Your bond project, your bond programs are certainly ways that we do that. The sinking fund, a sinking fund is really an important piece of the ongoing maintenance that can supplement. We did pass one in Ypsilanti Community Schools as a board. We pushed for that to happen and sold that. We need to take as many of our capital costs off of our general fund. And we just don't have, I don't know how any district doesn't do it. So every opportunity we can to relieve that.
Thank you.
How you doing tonight?
I'm good, how are you?
Good. So could you describe your most successful experience in building a high-performing work team?
Yes. I think my experiences in Warren have been a pretty significant, when I left Warren, we had a really strong administrative team, very strong team. And I can say that work had a lot to do with a very cohesive cabinet that worked together on all of our hiring processes. We aligned kind of what our expectations were. Who were we as a district? What were our values? How did we make sure that as we staff the 20-some schools that were in Warren Consolidated Schools, how do we make sure that we have as much consistency in the leadership styles and the leadership expectations and how they delivered it as possible? So we came to some strong benchmarks of what we were looking for in a leader. And when we did our interview processes, we had something very specific in mind. And through that process, I can say we have some incredible administrators, and it was quite a transformation. We did that also though in the central office. We took a look at, okay, how are things organized? How are we organized as a team? And we're talking about a central office of 20 people versus, a central office of maybe 5 or 6. So you certainly have a lot more that you have to work with, but at the same time, you have a lot more that can bring in some independent decision making. So you have a lot more points of failure if you don't figure a way to coordinate all that, because you have 20 people operating all on their own, and you have disaster happening really, really quickly. So finding a way to, how do we repurpose our own work so that we complement each other was one of our biggest, I think, successes in moving out of, or moving through those 6 years. And I would tell you that if you talk to anyone right now in Warren, they would say, we've never had an administrative team that's this strong. And they are making some incredible growth there.
How would Barry Good describe you?
Very good. Barry would describe me as, I would say, someone who cares about the teachers, but knows that my primary concern is making sure that we are where we need to be moving into the next year financially. I think that he would describe me though as trustworthy and honest. I think he would describe me as, it's just been 1 year, right? So why don't you talk to me about the prior, but that's what I think. I think that they would see me as someone that they can work with.
Okay. Last question. What would you suggest in terms of a comprehensive professional development plan for our educators? And specifically, what would the key priority areas as well as the delivery system?
Well, this is where I'm going to say it is really important that you delegate to the people that you have that are experts at this. And I will tell you, I have been incredibly impressed with our assistant superintendent and curriculum when it comes to professional development planning. And our needs for professional development planning now are very different than what they were 1 year ago. So our needs now are how do we figure out how to deliver a robust, rigorous educational program online? Teachers need to be trained how to do this. This is not, this is not what most of our teachers got into teaching thinking they would do. This is not what most teachers thought they would be doing 1 year ago. Now we have an absolute responsibility to get our teachers on board, and by on board meaning understanding what their role is. And part of it is just a matter of what does it look like to have robust instruction? What does it look like to have assessment online where we're grading kids based on their online performance? And then we're going to have a lot of professional development on our safety decisions and safety procedures, because we're going to have to leave very few things to chance. We're very accustomed to schools being rather chaotic. We have a lot of kids, and kids, they're like herding cats sometimes, getting them in one direction. You've got to teach them how to line up. It doesn't always happen naturally. That's what schooling is about. It's not just teaching them all the things they need to learn for life, but it's also learning what they need to do for their schooling. So to go to school. And so that's going to be a really important.
Thank you. So, Ms. Herdine, we got through 22 questions. And now I want to give you a few minutes to ask any questions you may have of the board.
Well, I feel very fortunate to certainly have working relationships and through, the course of everyday joint problem solving, we get to interact. And so I don't have a lot of questions at this point. I think if I was an external, candidate, I might have a lot more than I do at this point. But I do want to just say what a pleasure it has been to work one-on-one with all of you, and in kind of the problem-solving mode of what we do. You're incredibly thoughtful, incredibly passionate, and committed. So just wanted to say that's something that, having worked with many boards and seeing many boards, it's been very impressive.
Well, thank you. So we have a few minutes left, and want to also give you an opportunity for any closing statements you'd like to make.
Well, yeah, as in terms of a closing statement, I would just say that it is easy, I think, to see me in a role that is very compliance oriented. It's about attending to our legal responsibilities. It sounds like sometimes a lot of legalese. It sometimes sounds like it's very narrowly in furtherance of some of the back end work and operations, which is over the years what has come to be a strength, is producing the systems. So it's not just giving ideas of how we centralize, but it's saying, okay, in order for us to centralize, we need this template to work with. We need to organize around a structure. Taking a lot of complex information and saying, okay, how do we reduce this so that it's an actionable item? Whether it's a board action item, whether it's gathering facts, whether it's gathering baseline data that you need to do your best work. So that experience as a board member, I would say, really does position me to understand what you're asking for when you want more additional information on something, or you're wrestling with a community reaction that we need to kind of figure out, how do we get our hands on this? And you can only get your hands on something that has been prepared for you and handed to you and say, okay, now here's the language that you can talk through it with. Now you can have some dialogue around it. And I know as a board member at one point in time, that can be a matter of frustration if that isn't available to you, because you really can only show your diligence and your thoughtfulness when you have opportunities to do that. So that has been a strength, I think, of mine in a leadership role as central office that I do think sets me apart, or at least gives, even though I haven't had, other than the interim superintendent role that I played in Warren, it gives us a more seasoned experience with someone where you're not learning how to work with a board for the first time, which can be, you know, a learning curve for somebody who's moving into that position. So I do want to say that systems, processes, organizational, that's all a huge strength, but it is easy to only see me in that way. And it's really easy. I know now you're looking at somebody who can inspire the confidence of the community, because you're really picking the person who is going to lead the school district in the protection of their children and the education of their children. And this is your main job. This is what you were elected to do, right? So this is your big moment, you know, where this is going to happen. And so understanding that what comes across at this time as a very narrow kind of interaction style, that's not the case. And the primary bulk of my educational years have actually been in instruction, and it's actually been in community building, and it's actually been in gathering a community and surrounding it around the whole responsibility of learning. So inspiring the trust and confidence of families has actually also been a strength. Whether it's through a PTO, set of PTO circles that I'm working through and meeting with, that the feedback I've always gotten from my families has been, they feel very much confident that their children are safe, they're having fun, and they're learning. And that's what I would do every time I walked into a classroom. They say, "What do you do, Ms. Irvine?" Well, my job is to make sure you're safe and having fun and learning. What are you doing? Let's talk about that. So I'd walk into kindergarten classes and I would play the guitar while we were doing this too. So, but that would always be the beginning of every single year of my principalship was, this is my job. And I'm coming in to see how you're doing on that. And so they really got comfortable. And I remember having students, female students, who would say, "You know, Ms. Irvine, one day I'm going to be a principal too." And I thought, I can't ever remember as a little girl thinking, wow, I could be a principal. You know, that just wasn't like what you kind of thought on your career agenda, you know? And so the opportunities of leadership that come and where my heart is, that's a very different side of me, I think, than many of you are accustomed to interacting with. I just wanted to say that in closing, and again, say what a wonderful time this was. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. In closing on our end, we want to just express our appreciation for your interest in the superintendent position. As you know, we'll be wrapping up the 6 interviews tonight, and then plan to conduct a second round of interviews around September 1st, 2nd, in that time frame. And expect that this Friday we'll be narrowing the pool down to the finalists. So, so we're moving fairly quickly.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I wish you well.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. And I would say have a good evening, but you're going to be back. And
Well, yeah. At least.
Yes.
You know what we're missing in here? Oh, we still have the fly swatter.
I know that thing is. Did you see my pen go flying? Thank
kept
goodness
trying
you
to
had
help
and then this thing lights up.
I
This
know,
is
you
fancy.
Does it?
It does.
And it's a stylus.
Very fancy. Where did you get
I know
that
it's
from?
landed
I
on
ordered
an
them from
angle.
Amsterdam Pen Company or something.
So we'll take about a 10-minute recess and then reconvene.
Okay.
All right, we're back. So, welcome, Dr. Outlaw, and welcome to, on behalf of the Brighton Board of Education, the Brighton area schools, we want to welcome Matthew Outlaw to this interview for the position of superintendent. Dr. Outlaw is currently the superintendent of the Brandon School District in Ortonville, Michigan. Just to kind of give you a quick rundown of how this process is going to work, we have about 75 minutes set aside for questions from the board, and then we'll definitely give you enough time at the end to ask any questions that you have with the board, and then for closing remarks or comments. We have a total of 90 minutes set aside. There's 22 total questions. And the way we'll handle them is each of us asks 3. Mr. Myers actually has 4 questions. He's the lucky one.
The long-winded one.
Yeah. So that way, at least you, from a flow standpoint, you won't be like bumping between people every other question. In the back, Mr. Silveri is going to actually hold up a card at the 20-minute mark, 15-minute mark, 10-minute mark, so you'll have a good idea of where we're at on time.
Great.
In terms of, obviously this is a major decision, critical decision for the school district. So, you know, we're excited to continue to move through this process. For the community, this is something that we certainly want feedback from them as well. So we do have out on our district website under the superintendent search link, a feedback form, and there's instructions within there as well. Although the task of choosing the next superintendent lies with the Board of Education as the elected representatives within the community. We certainly want to and are asking for community feedback in this important decision-making process. While we're not seeking recommendations from the community, again, emphasizing the need for them to provide the feedback in this important process. So with that, I will kick off the first set of questions, and we'll get at it. Dr. Outlaw, well, we as the board have certainly had an opportunity to review your application materials. Many of the folks at home probably have not. So if you could just briefly give us an overview of your background and share what interests you most about this position at this point in your career.
Absolutely. First off, thank you so much for having me here. I just cannot tell you how excited I am to be here. I'm a lifelong Brighton resident. Went to Spencer Elementary School, Scranton Middle School. I'm a proud graduate of Brighton High School, and I've never left. Owned my first home here as a young man, and my wife and I, we are raising our children here in this district. I've never left. I have black and orange in my vein. That's always my joke. I love Brighton, and this community is so special to me. And no matter what happens here, Brighton is home, and it's a spot that has a special spot in my heart. My career, my story in education begins right here in these buildings. The teachers, the principals, the coaches that I had here in the Brighton School District really inspired me to become an educator. And it's people like Mike Messmore, Dan Christner, Ken Hammond, Billy Quinn, Pat Niergard, all these people, that list could go on and on and on, but they made such a difference in my life. And they inspired me to go into education. I wanted to do the same thing. I wanted to have impact like those people had on me. And so that's why this is so special. It's coming home for me. And I started at the University of Michigan, and I have 2 degrees from there. I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and I have 2 degrees from Wayne State. I'm an ed specialist and a doctorate from Wayne State. Began teaching in Novi. I was a high school social studies and Spanish teacher. I was a baseball coach, basketball coach. I sponsored a number of clubs. It was a great time. It was so fun being a teacher. I just loved teaching. I returned to teaching once I finished my doctorate, and I've been a professor ever since because that's my passion. I love to teach. I have so much respect for the profession. But after I was teaching for 5 years, I moved into administration. I was a dean of students in Novi. After that, I spent 11 years in the Grosse Pointe School District. I was an athletic director, then I was assistant principal, and then I had a chance to be principal at Grosse Pointe South High School. And if you don't know Grosse Pointe South High School, at that time, Grosse Pointe South was probably either the number 1 or number 2 traditional high school in the state of Michigan. And there's enormous parallels between where Grosse Pointe South was and where Brighton is today. I see a lot of parallels. I think there's a lot of experiences that I had there that could serve me well here in Brighton. After being principal, I moved on to be superintendent in the Brandon School District. Those that don't know where Brandon is, it's in northwest Oakland County, right by Clarkston. It's about 35 miles from here. Community of amazing people, just a tight-knit community, just wonderful, wonderful people, care so much about their children, care so much about their schools. But in 2014, the district was in a very tough spot, probably not unlike where Brighton was in 2008, 2009. We were on our way to deficit in many ways as a district. Financially, we were screaming towards deficit, and with some hard work from our Board of Education, our administrative team, we've been able to right that ship. And today we have a 16% fund balance as a school district, and we've been able to invest in our teachers every single year over the past 6 years. That was something that I'm proud of. We also were on the verge of deficit when we think about teaching and learning. We had all kinds of talent. This is my metaphor for Brandon in 2014, is that we had so much talent, but everybody was in their own boat, rowing in their own direction. So for the last 6 years, we've been working to get everybody on the same boat and get everybody rowing in the same direction. We've had a lot of success, and that's kind of been the foundation of our turnaround in the district. We are really, I think we've improved the experience for students in the community over the past 6 years. And then the other area that I think that we were on the verge of deficit with was trust of our parents and trust of the community. And we have worked very hard in that area by improving communication, by following through on our promises, by improving the product that we deliver to the children of the community. And I think that we've made some real progress in the trust area, and I think we've become an increasing source of pride for the community. One thing personally, sorry, I'm going on a little bit long here, but my wife and I have been married for 17 years. She's a teacher in Pinckney. And my son is going to be an 8th grader in a couple of weeks at Scranton Middle School, and my daughter is going into 5th grade. She's nervous about the new school, but she's really excited as well. So thank you again for serving on the board, and I'm just thrilled to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Right ahead.
What's your vision for Brighton area schools as you think about it under your leadership?
So a broad vision that's really meaningful is one that's developed collaboratively. So I can talk about things that I think would be important for the Brighton School District, but I would want to, as a team, learn where you're at, where the board's priorities are, where are the community's priorities first before setting a vision. I know that your strategic plan is coming to an end, so I'd be really curious to know what that process is going to look like, because I think that's an opportunity to collectively develop that next vision, for where the school district's going to go. Some things that are really important to me. Number one, when it comes to teaching and learning and student success, I'm a big believer in individual student growth. A lot of times when you look at test scores, we look at overall scores. 85% of students are proficient. For me, what's really important is, are we helping each and every child to grow and to reach their potential? So for me, that would be one area that I would really want to focus on. What is the pathway to delivering on that vision? If we're doing a great job, and as I went through the state data on the Brighton School District, the area that I think is really important, there's a lot of different metrics in there, but there's one that compares you to like schools, and Brighton does extremely well in comparison with like schools. That's a really powerful measure. But the one that really stood out for me was about student growth, the SGP. And Brighton is doing incredibly well in that area, which tells me that teachers are doing a great job of helping students to get better. And what I mean by that is, if a student is in, let's say they're in the 10th percentile to start the year, and they go to the 30th, they might not meet the basic minimum standard, for the state of Michigan, but that student has made enormous growth, and we should be celebrating. On the flip side, if the student starts in the 90th and they end at the 80th, we need to look and say, what did we do wrong? That kid still passed that test. So to me, growth is one area that I would really want to focus on in a vision. A second area for a vision for me is about programming and opportunities for kids. I think that any successful school district builds off the success that's already there. Brighton offers so many programs, so many sports and extracurricular activities, but continuing to be hungry for what is next, looking at what the next trends are. What are the things that our students want? What are the things that are going to help them be successful in the future? And then if I were to say a third area that I think would be, I probably would throw out two more, but the next area that I would probably talk about is preparedness for that next level. And that could be college pathway, that could be the career technical pathway, but how well are we doing at preparing students to not just get into college, not just get into it, but to succeed? Because we see so many kids that get into colleges and struggle, and they don't make it through the first year or second year. So to me, preparing our students to not just get those opportunities, but to excel in those opportunities is important. And then the last one is the well-rounded piece. In a vision, something that was important to me is the well-rounded experience for students. Academics is absolutely, that's your core, but it's about helping students to find their passion areas. And one step beyond that is helping them to develop as good citizens. Done a lot with character education and really helping students to find out who they are in the future. So in a vision for me, those are some of the things that I would bring to the table as priorities.
Very good, thank you. I'm going to change this question around a little bit because it starts out with based on what you know or have learned at Brighton area schools. What do you believe are two or three of the most critical long-term challenges our district faces or needs to address? And how does your background and skill sets lead us towards being able to address those?
Absolutely. So there's one short term that potentially has long-term effects. I don't really want to talk about, but the pandemic, just setting it aside, that I think we have to be very careful as school systems and how we're dealing with the short term so that there's not long-term effects. I know we'll have a chance to talk about the pandemic, so I'm going to set that aside. 2 or 3 challenges. One of the things that I would want to have some conversation with the board, I would love to hear your thoughts on this. I was looking at enrollment trends. Your high school, your graduating classes in the mid to low 500s, and your lower grades are in the high 300s. So I think that is, I think that's going to be a challenge to find out what the priorities are. Talking about the school of choice is about 17% right now. Is learning what the wishes are of the board and addressing that, because you either have to increase your enrollment in another way, continue to attract people to Brighton and get them to live here. The second thing you could do is you could do some right sizing. So that's a challenge that I see that the district is going to have to face over the next few years. It's not huge, but there's going to be some adjustments. So that's one that I think is important. I probably would say the second one that's going to be a challenge is I'll just give the second one here. It's going to be a very Grosse Pointe South type thing here, is complacency. Brighton is doing so well and is excelling in so many areas as a district. And take pretty much any metric that I talked about before, and Brighton is a leader across the state. So when I was principal at Grosse Pointe South, we talked all the time about how do we prepare, how do we stay hungry for what is next? And I always used a metaphor. I was a cross-country runner here in Brighton. And I always use this metaphor of this concept of you're the lead. What do you do if you're the person that wins every race? You're out front in every race. How do you challenge yourself to get better? And that's how I see the Brighton area schools. You're out front of the pack. You're doing so many great things. You're out there. So I think a challenge is to be able to keep that culture of continuous improvement here in the school district, to continue to stay hungry, to get better. Let's leave everybody in the dust. Let's take this to the next level as a school district. So I'd probably say complacency would be the second big challenge for a high-performing district like Brighton. Okay. Thanks.
Hello, Dr. Arlo. My name is Laura Mitchell. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I will be asking you questions regarding district relations. Maintaining healthy relationships with school and community stakeholders is very important to the Board of Education. Please share with us how you have gone about building and maintaining successful relationships with all members of the school community.
So this is the job of a superintendent. This is what superintendents do. I always like to say that a good superintendent is a connector. And that's what I do. That's what superintendents do wherever you're at. Successful superintendents are constantly meeting and connecting and meeting new people. I meet new people every day. I've been in the Brandon School District for 6 years, and I meet a new person every day. A superintendent is the person that needs to be, we can't do it right now, but I extends the hand, walks up to the stranger at the football game and says, "How are you doing? Tell me about your kids," and strikes up a conversation. That is a way that the superintendent can build trust and build connections to the school district. I think that relationship, that being out there and making those connections is so important for not just the connections that the people feel, but I think for the overall image of a school district. So what do? I am extremely visible. I'm constantly out in the community. I'm in the buildings all the time. I'm very accessible to parents. One of the things that I really like to do is I like to take responsiveness, and I kind of do it on steroids a little bit. As a district, we have a 24-hour rule, and we try to respond back to parents as a district within 24 hours. I try to respond back as quickly as possible, and sometimes it's from my phone or whatever. It inspires trust, it builds relationships. So that individual, all those individual contacts make a huge difference. But more than that, you have to have opportunities for people to come in and be part of what's going on in the school district. That's opportunities for parents, PTO members, for student groups to come in to be able to share their feedback and share their thoughts on what's going on in Brighton, what's next, what's your experience like. So again, a superintendent as a connector needs to create those opportunities for people to engage in the school environment. So those are some of the things that I've worked on during my years, and as a superintendent here, that'd be very high priority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What are some examples of community activities in which you have provided leadership, and in what ways did this benefit your district?
The second part was?
And in what ways did this benefit your district?
So in my current role, I'm an active member of the community. It's you're out there. You represent the community. You have local elected officials. We have a school board. These are people that represent and are engaged in the community. So some of the things, probably if I had to pick one thing that I'm involved with the Lions Club. The Lions Club is where all the business leaders are at. I've been involved with Chamber of Commerce. I'm a Rotarian in town. Those are spots where I'm able to make connections with different people. With the Lions Club, they do all kinds of scholarships for our students. We help them because they do Creek Fest, and we provide entertainment with our marching band, and our kids get a chance to go out and perform. With the Rotary Club, we've done a number of partnerships, such as the Salmon Project. They sponsor salmon, and our fifth graders, they raise these salmon, and they raise them from little tadpoles all the way up to the fish, and then they release them into the water. But Rotary is part of that, and they bring those opportunities to our kids. But probably, if I were to say one that I provided leadership on, is mutually or working together to try to increase the population of the community while also increasing the population in our school. Ortonville, Brandon is just about 7 miles off of 75, and it's a little bit off the beaten path. And our district has done a ton of marketing. We are very aggressive with marketing, but I wanted to include the community in that as well. So I reached out and I talked with the village president, which is like the mayor of Ortonville, and Brandon Township supervisor and some other elected officials, the DDA, and I tried to get us together and how we could mutually benefit. And my vision was that we would, on 75, that we would have a big sign, and we would have, like the this is the biggest secret in Northwest Oakland County. Come visit Ortonville, and we might sponsor it and talk about the schools, but the community, that all of us together, let's get the word out about the great things going on in Ortonville. So we worked together on that. We had a lot of great ideas. Sometimes the schools could be a little bit quicker and more efficient. So we got out ahead and we were able to do a lot of advertising. But as the community does better, so too does the school, and vice versa. So that's just an example of how you can work together with different groups.
And my last question is, how do you think various stakeholders, such as parents, community members, and staff members, should be involved in our planning process and in setting direction for the district?
So at the end of the day, we're here for the children and for their parents. That's why we're here. So I think it's an incumbent upon any successful school district to engage those stakeholders in the decision-making process, not just be receivers of education, but be part of that process. So I believe strongly in sometimes it's gaining feedback, sometimes it's focus groups, sometimes it's talking with individual parents about perspective, but it's about inviting parents into education. I think that we're doing a better job as an educational system, but I think that traditionally we have not really engaged the parent voice. I think a lot of times the parents have felt to be on the outside of what's going on inside the schools. So I think as a superintendent, school board, as an administration, it's incumbent upon us to create opportunities for parents to be part of that. The ways that I've done it as superintendent is by having focus groups. I've already said we do surveys. I don't want to survey people to death, but small surveys to gather input from parents at times so everybody has a chance to weigh in. A lot of times parents can't come to meetings, and it's important for them to be able to share some thoughts and them to be they have a chance to share a few verses. So parents have been involved with everything from our strategic planning to our decisions to reorganize the district, and not just parents, but staff as well. So we are always involving staff in that process. Staff we probably talk to even more. I work closely with our union leadership on a regular basis. Again, it's a team, all of the people working together towards a common goal. So superintendent, board need to open the doors so that parents and students can be part of that process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Outlaw. I'm Alicia Reed, and I've got the next couple questions.
Nice to meet you.
In what specific ways should our district be working with neighboring districts to benefit our students and theirs?
So collaboration is always good, and especially being a county with five school districts, it's great to work together and to share ideas and to align on certain decisions. It's always good to be able to be in a similar ballpark. In where I'm at right now, in the northwest corner, we have kind of our own little crew, and it's Lake Orion, Oxford, Clarkston, and Holly, and ourselves. And we talk all the time, and we try to solve some of the more challenging problems together and bounce ideas off each other. So collaboration is always good. But with that said, Brighton is the priority. You have to do what's best for Brighton students. You have to do what's best for Brighton families. And so collaborate, share ideas, work together. But in the end, the decisions have to be made for the people that we've been elected or chosen to represent. So we can learn a lot from each other, and we always want to be good neighbors. But Brighton's got to be top priority number one.
Thank you. What impact do you think the Every Student Succeeds app has had on Michigan schools?
So ESSA is an iteration of the Elementary Secondary Education Act from the 1960s. And it's changed obviously through the years. There was No Child Left Behind in 2001, and obviously this is the most recent iteration of it. As I look at that from the federal level, to me, the greatest success of that string of legislation is the focus on some of the students that were not finding success in schools. And there's been resources in it in the form of title dollars, but it's also nationally putting a focus on those students that were struggling. For example, special education students, I would say that there's probably no group that we've made better progress on as an educational system across the nation than with our special education students. And I think that the Elementary Secondary Education Act was a catalyst for that change. So I think that's a great success. In Michigan, the truth is that at the federal level, a lot of those laws leave it up to the state to define how to do some of those things. And while there's many positive things that come from that, I think at the state of Michigan, there's some areas of opportunity that I would say with the implementation of some of those rules. One, for me, would be just standards. There's a statement about the Michigan education system that we never found a standard that we didn't like. What that leads to is enormous breadth of coverage and not enough depth. That's a great challenge for teachers. That is so challenging to have to cover everything, but not be able to get deep in anything. It really, true learning comes from depth of understanding. So I think that's one weakness that I would love to see Michigan adjust. I think the way we do testing, while there's definitely a role for high stakes testing, sometimes I think there's maybe too much emphasis on the high stakes test. What I mean by that is my daughter just finished 4th grade over at Hilton, and in a normal year, she would have had the MSTEP. She would have taken it in May, and the results would have come out in August. And I said, she's going to Mulvey. It's a totally different school. And I'm not sure that those test results are really going to have as much impact as some of the other assessments that we could do locally. So for me, a few years ago, Brian Whiston, who was the state superintendent a few years ago, he came out to Brandon and we were talking, and we both shared the same opinion on this about standardized testing. But we both saw that like interim tests, like the NWA MAP testing, might be a little bit more valuable than the MSTEP. The reason why, it doesn't take the kids out of the classroom for excessive amounts of time. It's a little bit less pressure, but it gets you immediate results. It gets you results that the teachers can use in the classroom the next day. That's valuable. And then you could do it multiple times a year. Let's see what their progress is. In the fall, they were here. 2 months later, they were here. A teacher can use that. And then I think there's much more value in the common assessments and the local assessments that teachers have. So I think that ESSA, through the Michigan system, maybe puts a little bit too much emphasis on the high stakes test. And then the last one that I would say for Michigan is Michigan sometimes creates a lot of extra paperwork and bureaucracy that I think takes the joy out of the profession for teachers. And it takes administrators and support staff. We're spending hours and hours filling out paperwork instead of working with kids. So I would love to see Michigan streamline some of those ESSA requirements so that we can make sure that we're serving the kids the best we can. But those are some of the impacts that I see from ESSA.
Well, to build on that and focus a little bit more on the standardized testing, what do you think the shift in standardized testing and teacher accountability has, how that has impacted education in Michigan?
Well, are you talking specifically with like the teacher evaluation?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I think accountability is important. It's important for us to look and to measure ourselves. But teacher evaluation that's successful is about growth. And some of the things that are in there are somewhat punitive. They definitely feel punitive from the teacher perspective. And I think that's a weakness of the way we evaluate. Where I'm at, we take a little bit different approach to evaluation. The way I look at it with our administrators, and I want our team to look at this, is that we have a couple different buckets of teachers. We have 90% of our teachers that are experienced teachers that are doing really well, that we want to coach and help them to be the best that they can be. They're going to be, the worst they're going to be is effective during the course of the year. We know that because they've done it year after year. They're dedicated professionals and they perform for students. That's one group. You have your young teachers that need a lot of coaching. And then you have teachers that might be struggling in the classroom. So what we try to do is divide those two groups. And those that are struggling and are new teachers, we do a lot of things to help them out. And those that are really struggling, we might help them find another pathway than teaching, at least in our school district. But the other 90%, they shouldn't be punished for the needs of this group over here. So our entire model on this, for this 90%, is more of a coaching model. What do you need to get better? And the teachers need to be part of that process. And to me, that's where the richness of evaluation comes from. I don't even like the word evaluation. It's more of a coaching experience. And that's visiting classrooms, that's doing rounds, that's doing lab classrooms where teachers get to go in and talk with other teachers and observe their practice. It's where teachers are doing self-reflection, perhaps recording their own lesson and dissecting with a trusted mentor. There's all these coaching things that we can do to help that 90% get better. At the end of the day, that's what I believe. I think that's the best use of teacher evaluation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Arnold, my name is Ken Stahl. Nice to meet you. I'll be asking you some questions about leadership attributes. Please describe your typical style of leadership and talk about situations in which you might have to vary from this.
So I guess the second part of it is that any successful leader, no matter where you're at, has to be able to adjust. You have to be nimble. There's a time when you have to be out front taking the arrows to protect your team. There's time when you have to grab the flag and run it up the hill. There's time when you have to get out of the way and let your people shine. A good leader has to be many things to be successful. But my philosophy on leadership can be probably best captured. There's a book by an author named Liz Wiseman called The Multipliers. And it captures what I really believe about leadership. And what it's all about is growing the people that are around you. And in that, it's about leaders investing in those people. And the general concept of the multipliers is simple. It's the law of addition is that it's the assumption that everybody is maxed out and can't do any more. It's not about busy work. It's about they can't contribute more to an organization. So if you wanted to have greater results, you have to add more people, right? The law of multiplication is different. The law of multiplication is that everybody, while they might be busy, has more potential. Everybody has potential to grow and to contribute, work smarter versus harder. And that's this general concept. So for me as a multiplier, I really work hard to help grow those people around me. Some of that is coaching. Some of that is our professional development, a lot of one-to-one conversations, finding out what people's goals are. A lot of it is what you do as a leader. There's times, and I'm sure a lot of other leaders do this as well, but there's times when you have to not be in the room, because when I go to a room, a lot of times people all want to look to me to answer the question. And I need the high school principal to be the person. So I try to slide in after the meeting, be in the back of the room, so that person can shine, and they can grow, and they can lead. That's the only way they can develop their leadership. So a multiplier concept is something that I really believe in. There's another that kind of matches with that. If you've ever read Jim Collins' Good to Great, he talks about the difference between a level 4 leader and a level 5 leader. A level 4 leader is a leader of an organization, and it succeeds because of that leader. And they do everything, and they're involved with everything. But the second that leader leaves, the organization takes a big step backwards. I don't aspire to be that. I aspire to be a level 5 leader. A level 5 leader is the one that grows the team, that develops a whole bunch of future leaders that are going to be the next superintendent of schools. And when they walk out of there, the district doesn't miss a beat. That's what I believe in. That is my preferred leadership style. That's what I try to do on a daily basis. So, yeah, thank you.
What is the most difficult situation you've had to deal with in your educational career, and how was it resolved?
So I'm going to leave COVID on the shelf over here, because I don't know that in 100 years that there's been a more challenging situation for school boards and school leaders. So let me think of another one. So in 2017, the community of Brandon has been shrinking in school age population for about the last 15 years. And when I arrived there in 2014, they had lost about 1,000 students. It was about a 3,600 student district. They had lost about 1,000 students in the 10 years prior to 2014. We had facilities that we had built for a much larger district, a district of 5,000. So that was a great challenge because anybody that knows closing a building, reorganizing a district, moving people's lives is enormously challenging. So I knew that this was going to be something we had to do as a district in 2014. So what I started to do was the number one thing I did as I was super transparent. Starting in 2014, I started to talk to parents about not if this was going to happen, but when it was going to happen. And I started having lots of conversations with PTOs and individual parents about what would that look like? Talk to me about your experience. What if this? What if that? And in my newsletters, I would put out things like building capacities and enrollment trends. People could look at the data themselves and they could see the need for where it was going. And I slowly worked towards this point where parents really started to know that we had to do this. It was an opportunity for us to really improve our resources or use our resources in a smarter way. So 2017 came and the Board of Education, working closely with them, the time was now. And so once we started this process, we took an enormous amount of community feedback, community forums, small group focus, building tours, meeting after meeting, not unlike what you've all been doing, hammering through these tough issues and taking so much feedback. And I can still remember one of our final forums. We had hundreds of people. Our entire auditorium was filled with people. And I remember standing there with our school board president, and we just were taking question after question. And I was so pleased at the work our team had done because we didn't have to say, I don't know. We were like, this is what's going to happen. And this is what, and we were able to have those answers, which brought comfort to the people. They said, yeah, this is going to stay. This isn't being cut. This is what's going to happen. There's real savings that's attached to this. And this was another part, is that we have to listen. We had to listen. So we had to close one building, and we were planning on closing our oldest building. It's called Harvey Swanson Elementary School. It was the original school. It had been there since the 40s. And we had planned on that building. We had such overwhelming feedback from our parents to close a different building. We listened to them and we changed our entire plan based on that. And the parents said later on that they grew trust in us because we listened. We listened and we took their feedback. So the other component of that I think I'm really proud of our team on is I talked to our board and all of our administrators that I said, we cannot talk. We can't just talk. We have to follow through in the things that we're promising to our people. When we make this change, we have to do it. We have to follow through. We have to execute. And we did. We kept our promises to the community. We followed through. It was so seamless because there had been so much feedback and so much participation from all stakeholders. That goes back to the question we talked about earlier, that this really challenging, upsetting situation ended up being real positive for the district. We saved about $1.2 million a year because of that. On the financial side, I think it's really important to follow through on those promises because you see a lot of people that close buildings and then they just move all the people and they save like $80,000. They disrupted the whole district for peanuts. For us, we saved $1.2 million a year because we delivered on our promises. So that's an example of a very tough situation that we're able to get through as a district.
Thank you. How do you lead in situations where you don't have authority over the people involved? Have you been in that position before in your career? And if so, how have you handled it?
So the word authority and leadership to me are very different things. Authority is something that's granted to you. You have the authority to make a decision. Leadership is something that is earned. And so for me, I look in the other side of it, that any authority that you have is granted by somebody. As a superintendent, any authority that you have as a superintendent is granted by the Board of Education. And Board of Education, their authority is granted by the people of the community that you serve. So, but on the leadership side, it is earned through building trust, by communicating well, by executing, by having capacity to do things, by supporting your staff, by having an unwavering commitment to students. Those are the things that earn respect. It's earned through practice. It's earned through time. So that is what I believe about leadership. But a time when I've had to lead without authority, that's every day. That is every day of the week, twice on Sunday. A great leader is going to lead from any position. They don't need positional authorities. There's plenty of people out there that have titles that aren't leaders. And there's plenty of people out there that don't have titles that are fantastic leaders. I aspire to be the latter. I want to lead from any position I'm at. I want to lead as a father. I want to lead as an educator. And I obviously want to lead as a superintendent here. So does that answer the question?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm Angela Kratz. Nice to meet you. I'm going to ask you some questions about instruction and curriculum. So the first one is could you please give us some examples of educational change or reform that you have initiated in your career or previous positions that have led to improvements in student learning?
Sure. So probably two buckets as you look at reform in different places. One would be more about closing gaps for students and helping students to reach their potential. I talked before about my belief in this concept of personal best. And I've talked about this again. This is an old cross-country term. In cross-country, there's a winner of the race, but everybody can win because you can beat your best last time. So I've always used that model when I look at schools, that our goal as educators is to help have every student beat their last best time. You can get better every single day. So I've had a number of programs that have helped with that. A lot of our professional development, and that's a cultural thing, but we've had a number of programs to help with that. And Grosse Pointe, we had a freshman assist program that we put in place that bookend support for some of our most struggling students in the district. It was really successful. We looked at both the academic and affective side to support students. When I was at Grosse Pointe South, we had a program we called the Success Program that identified the 212 students that were struggling the most, that were off track for success. And we wrapped around with teams in order to help support those students, to support them and to help them grow, to bring their parents into the fold a little bit more. We had great success there. The hidden success of that one, and kind of one of the targets, was to have our students to understand those students even more, to really understand the challenge that they were having in the classroom. Again, that's a high performing district, and many of the kids in the classroom are just so far above and beyond. But we had a lot of students that were struggling, and really wanted our staff to understand the experience of those 212 students that were really struggling in our district. In Brandon, we've done all kinds of things. We have, it was initially called a dropout prevention program, but now we use the success term again, but it is quick intervention when students fall. That has been a great way for us to build a safety net around students, to make sure that, I call it quicksand, but a lot of times when, as a high school principal, you'll have a ninth grader and they'll fail a course, and they fail another course, and then another course, and then they get into quicksand and they can't get out. So the whole intent of this program was to catch kids early. They fail, we have immediate intervention. We have academic coordinators, people that counsel these students, but that has been one that's been very successful. Also in programming, we've done a lot with bringing opportunities to students. In Brandon, we've invested heavily in career technical education. We launched a construction trade program that is just wildly successful in our school district. Kids just love it. We have an unbelievable teacher in that program. And we have students in there that are interested in carpentry and a future in there. We have other kids that are just interested in learning how to work with their hands. They're planning to go to medical school or wherever they're doing. So that's been a wild success. We applied for and gained a Marshall grant. We were supposed to launch a welding program this fall, but because of COVID, we're going to delay 1 year. But launching welding, I know Brighton, I know that in the bond, there's all that stuff with STEAM, and I know that that's a priority. It's been a priority in Brandon as well. And over the last 6 years, we've become a K-12 STEAM or STEM. We just say STEM, but arts is, of course, design is always part of it. But we say STEM. But we have Project Lead the Way at our elementary schools. So every one of our students goes through that. We have Project Lead the Way at our middle school, and then we have a STEM Academy at the high school. And that is a program I'm very excited about. Our teachers have just done a wonderful job. So those are a few examples of programs that have worked well for students.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What do you believe are currently the biggest challenges with special education in our region? And how do you think these challenges should be addressed?
So the number one problem there's a couple big problems, but I would say the number one problem that I'm worried about with special education is staffing. We know that there's a teacher shortage in the state of Michigan. In special ed, that is, you supersize that problem. Very concerned about the number of students that are going through educational institutions looking into being special education teachers. So as Brighton School District, you have to be very aggressive in your recruiting of candidates. I think making connections with universities in order to ensure that students come do their student teaching here, do your student teaching in Brighton so that we can make those connections and we can fill those positions. We've had to be very aggressive in the Brandon School District in order to fill those things. We have to recruit well. We have to get the good word out about people. Then we have to support the teachers once they're here. So staffing to me is the number one concern that I have. Because if we don't have quality staff, all the rest of the stuff is going to be problematic. As far as special ed, the second big thing for me is probably big picture. I would say it's belief. Do we believe that all students can succeed? We all say it. It's in our slogans, it's in our mission statements. We get all in big giant capital letters. And then it looks great, but do we really believe that every kid can be successful? And I'm going to tell you, I don't think as a system, I don't think that we have a universal belief that every kid can be successful. I just don't think we do. And I can tell you that we have teachers that are some of the best people that I've ever met, caring people that I think disable students by having such low belief in what those students are able to accomplish. So that concerns me. I think that undermines so much of what we do, and it comes from a caring place. But if we don't believe that all students can be successful, I think we have a problem. So that is another one that I see is extremely problematic when we look at special education. So my philosophy, that personal best, and I talked about that before. If you look at it and you're committed to every child, because every child in truth is a gen ed student, and every child is special ed. Because everybody has something they struggle with. Everybody's great at something. So it's about us finding success for students. And I know that we have an adult transition program. It's one of my favorite programs in all of schools. Just love it. And when I was at Grosse Pointe, that was another program that was connected to our school. It's an amazing program. It's a transition of 18 to 26 years old. And you transition them into the real world. We had this amazing teacher that believes that all means all. And she is just amazing at finding spots where students can be successful. There's a student, Michael, and Michael has autism, and he does really well in certain areas, but he's got this fastidious nature. He's very particular. And they found a job for him that he's so proud of. He's like the employee of the month. He's just amazing. And he's so proud. At the end of the year banquet, we were there, and he was telling me the story about all the stuff he was doing, and he does this stuff with the laundry and all. So much pride. Guess what? We helped find success for that student. And if we look at it that way, I think the sky's the limit for any of our kids, whether you have an IEP or not. So that's my thought on those.
Okay. The last question you've addressed a little bit, but I'm going to ask you and see if you can add to that. How can we best meet the needs of college readiness while also providing high-quality, relevant, career-focused opportunities for students?
So in the Brandon School District, we have a slogan. We say that we're here to help every child find their story. And in order to do that, you have to have a diversity of programs. You have to have something for everybody. And we have to help students find the things that they're really good at. We have to help them find the things that they're interested in. We've done a lot of work with career awareness, career preparation, starting with the young kids. We do career days and do all these different things with career readiness. But in a school, you have to have many options. So I think if you look at a generation ago, we were trying to fit all students in the state into the round peg in the exact same round hole. And we were trying to force everybody into four-year colleges. Well, that is not good business. That is not a good way to serve students, because guess what? All of our talents are different. I have 2 kids and both of them are amazing, but their talents are dramatically different. My daughter's an artist. My son is a traditional academic, and they're great kids. Both of them can be successful. So having programming to meet those students' interests and needs is really important. So I think that having a robust set of options is really important. I think the career tech focus that the district has worked on and really invested heavily in, I've been very excited to see that happening. If I look back at my time, I was more of an academic as well. I wish I could have taken some of those hands-on courses. And I'll use another example. My brother-in-law, he lives in Indiana, and he's an electrician. He's not a great student. If we'd have tried to force him into that round hole, he would not have been successful. But he can look at something, and he's a genius. He can fix anything. I mean, anything. I just don't even get how he can see like that. But why would we not tap into that genius? So as a school district, how do you do it? You've got to have things for college readiness. Make sure that everybody can go to college, but have those programs so that students are able to find their story, find their pathway. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Hi, Dr. Otto. I'm Roger Myers. Nice to meet you.
Great to meet you.
I'm going to ask you a few questions regarding operation and finance. And my first question is, please describe your experience with budget development and financial management. And what is the greatest financial challenge you have faced, and how did you successfully resolve it?
So as you've seen in my resume, I've invested heavily in this area. When early in my career, all throughout my career, I'm a teaching and learning guy by nature. That's my thing. I got into teaching to be a teacher, to be an educator. But as I moved forward in my career, I wanted to diversify myself, and I really focused in my education more on finance and human resources were 2 areas that I spent a lot of time, because those were weak spots for me 15, 20 years ago. So I studied under Mike Adonisio. Mike Adonisio is one of the foremost educational economists in the entire nation, and he's retired now. But I was so fortunate to have a chance to learn about systems, where the money comes from, and really learn a lot about budgeting and finance. And today I'm a professor of school finance at Oakland University. I've been teaching there since 2015, and I teach all of the students that go through the specialist program. So I've had a lot of experience in this area as superintendent in a district the size of Brandon. Superintendent is at the table for everything. There's no separate. The superintendent is very much part of that process. We have a great finance director. That's it. Step 1, make sure you have a great finance director. Right there next to you, Jan is our finance director, and she is just so important to our organization. She's got the accounting and systems and make sure that everything goes well. But when it comes to budgeting, budgeting is all about decisions. And I think that's the role of the superintendent, is driving an organization to make good decisions. And what does that mean? To me, that means knowing where you're going. And that's a strategic plan. That is knowing what the board's priorities are, what the community's priorities are, so that you're investing in the places that are going to get you where you want to go. And budgeting, a lot of it's just like in your own home. You know, you stay within your means. You can spend on something that might be, you got to save up for the thing that might be the vacation or some of those type of things. It's the same thing in the schools. It's about planning and thinking about where you want to go as an organization. The toughest challenge, to answer that question, has been the Brandon School District coming in 2014, where we were at. There was no way around it. We needed to make decisions, speaking of decisions, and worked super closely with the board, and we did not let the paint dry under our feet. We got to work. We rolled up our sleeves. We worked with our teachers. I worked closely with the union right out of the gate, and I think that partnership helped us immensely. But we did some right sizing. We cleaned up some of the wasteful areas. And there's a term that Jan actually taught me. She learned at a conference about 6 years ago called academic return on investment. And it's something that we believe strongly in as an organization. And what that is you have to look at the things that you're spending money on and assess them for how much impact they're having on your students. If it's low impact, that's the area that you have to look for making reductions. If it's a high impact, you got to leave those alone. Those are sacred cows. So we use that, we believe that, and that 2014 to now, it's been a lot of hard work, a lot of decisions, a lot of courage by our school board. But the community respects what has been done. And today, even with investing in new programming and investing in our teachers, 6 years later, we're at a 16% fund balance and against some really tough odds. So that's the toughest situation for me. Thank you.
Next question I have is, how have you gone about prioritizing the allocation of financial resources in the best interests of students, staff, and the district as a whole? And what are your top 3 priorities when establishing a district budget?
So I just talked about that academic return on investment. That's got to be the driving force, whatever you call that term. It's what makes the biggest impact on students. That's the driving force. The second big driving force is the strategic plan, where the board, the community has decided that this district needs to be in 5 or 10 years, whatever that metric might be. Would you mind repeating the second part of that?
Sure. What are your top 3 priorities when establishing a district budget?
So top priority is what's best for students, period. And that sounds cliche, but as I said, that's the driver in everything. That's why we exist. That's why we're all here. So what's best for students? I think protecting opportunities for kids. When I talk about that, protecting opportunities, protecting the staffing that's having a high impact on students. Those are some of the things that are really important there. So what's best for students is important. I would say accomplishing the goals set forth by the strategic plan, I think would be another priority. And then third, this is something I know that probably a lot of us do in our private lives, but it's about planning for the future. And whenever we make decisions that are financial in nature today, we have to think about what's that impact 5 years down the road. And one of the things that I learned over the last few years is this idea about the compounding effect of a reduction. So let's look at the next 5 years as one budget. And we look at this 5 years. If, let's say, for example, I'll use my example of reorganizing the district. We save $1.2 million a year by doing that, right? So in 2017, we made the decision to do that. So then we roll the budget forward the next year, and you have a $1.2 million benefit, not just this year, but the next year, the next year. So there's a compounding effect. Had we waited 2 years, we would have missed out on $2.4 million of impact on our 5-year budgeting. So I think it's really important when you're doing the budget to look long-term. What is that impact? What are those little things that we could do today to impact tomorrow? One of the things it's another metaphor, apologize for that metaphor, I always like to use these. I talk about the snowball effect. And in 2014, that snowball was rolling down the hill at a rapid rate, crashing towards us. Over the past 6 years, we worked to stop that snowball and to get it rolling in the right direction. To keep it rolling in the right direction, you have to make decisions that are 5 years down the road. And I think we've been very successful in that in Brandon. One of the things that we've done is, just as an example of that, is at the end of the year when we were going to run it, we run a surplus every single year. But when we were going to run a surplus, instead of just adding it to fund balance at 16%. What we did is we front loaded some expenditures for the next school year to give us a head start for the following year. So we've done that each of the last 5 years, and that's one of the secrets to how we've been able to fix our budget, is by sound financial management, and then when we have savings, is investing in getting that ball going in the right direction. So those are just a few priorities that I would throw out.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next question is, please share your experiences with non-traditional revenue generating programs and shared services, and how can these be maximized for the greatest benefit to the district?
So I've had quite a bit of experience in revenue enhancement. When I was athletic director, we did all kinds of things with, we put in one of those jumbotrons, and we sold advertising way back when everybody was just starting to do advertising. We actually raised quite a bit of money doing that, which was great. We put in an athletics camp program. It was a different structure to it, and it was great for kids, but we were able to raise quite a bit of revenue, and Grosse Pointe raises about $100,000 of revenue a year based on that camp design that we put in when I was athletic director there. That was another one. We did a lot of advertising. We did a lot of fun runs, all these different types of things in order to raise additional revenue. Now, shared time services, there's nobody, probably, I don't even know if it exists in other states, but there's nobody that's done it as well as Brighton. Shared time service is, I look back and whatever the team was that made that decision, capturing that and not just taking the idea, but being ready to grab that idea and make the most out of it is one of the best things that's happened. And obviously I'm just an observer as a community member, but it's one of the best things that Brighton has done. So Greg Gray was my mentor when I went through the Superintendent Academy back in 2013. And we talked quite a bit about how shared time services work. So I know a lot of the things just by Greg kind of teaching me the ropes on that. And I think it was in 2015, we were looking at doing shared time with some homeschool up in our area. And I came out here and Greg walked me through the whole process, and he was great in helping out with that. We ended up not doing it because the dollars didn't make a lot of sense. But it's so important for this school district to preserve the shared time possibility through law. And that's one of the things I'm concerned about with the district, is to make sure those external threats don't cut off that revenue source for the district. But the last thing I would say on it is all of that extra revenue, you have to be aggressive. You have to go out and find different revenue sources for a district. You have to be really nimble. You have to be aggressive. You have to get out and do it. But there's no replacing the base funding that a district has. And I have a real problem with the way that we're funded. As a resident of Brighton, it upsets me. Brighton's total funding per pupil with all sources ends up being about $9,500. Pontiac School District gets over $20,000 per pupil. The Bloomfield Hills School District gets $16,000 per pupil. Let's just do the math on that. You have an $80 million budget. What would you do with $40 or $50 million a year? 40 or 50 million. There's an equity problem in the state of Michigan, and that, whoever your next superintendent is, this board, that's something that you're going to need to fight for, because the base funding, there's no replacing that. And I think there's an equity problem, and I'd like to see the Brighton treated better when it comes to the allocation of resources. So there's just a couple thoughts on that. Sorry to get excited, but I get fired up. As a resident here, come on. My kids deserve the best. Your kids deserve the best.
My final question is, what is the most effective way to finance capital improvements, both in the short term and the long term?
So when it comes to bonds, congratulations on the bond. You did a great job on that, and thank you from the community. I'm very excited about the projects that are in it. Just wonderful, and I think it's going to bring opportunities. My kids are young, and they're going to bear the fruits of it. So just thank you for your efforts on that. So bonds are a reality, but I'll just be honest with you that I hate going to the community to ask for money. And the reason why is because it's people's money, it's people's resources. And when you do that, you have to deliver a great product with those dollars. And so this bond, I'm very excited about it. I've been through all the paperwork. I was on it as a citizen looking through it. And the opportunities that are there with the zero increase, I know with the rates, it's just such a good time to be able to do that. You're able to capture that moment and capitalize there. But I like to avoid that as much as possible. And Brandon, what I've done with our board, and I talked about getting ahead of the game. We had a water treatment system that needed to be replaced in Brandon. It was estimated to be about cost of about $2 million. And I did not want to go to the public and ask them to fix it. I wanted us to find a way to do it ourselves. And what we did is we made a commitment to every year putting away a couple $100,000 towards that project. We built up a $2 million little sub account that we put aside in order to take care of our own business, that we did not have to go out and ask anybody else to do it. We had those dollars. The good news is that we found a new solution to that problem. We didn't have to spend that $2 million. We're able to take that $2 million and use it towards something else. But again, it's just like your own home. Stocking away money for your kid's college education. You know, my daughter Hannah's 10 years old. I'm going to blink my eye and she's going to be 18. Stocking that money away, that takes a bite out of our finances every month, but it's going to pay dividends down the road. As a school district, having that same type of foresight and saying, these are things that we want to accomplish down the road. Let's squirrel away a little bit of dollars every year. Let's make it a priority. You can avoid going to the public on some of those things. I think you earn the trust of your community. And I also think it shows respect for those that are taking their own finances and helping grow and support the school system. So those are a few thoughts on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Outlaw, I'm Bill Trombley.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you as well. Could you describe your most successful experience in building a high-performing work team?
I used to be a baseball coach, and all those team concepts are always in my head. I love the term team, and to me, probably the greatest honor, like the title that I like the most other than dad, is coach. I love that. So that's just embedded in me. But if I had to pick the best team that I would have, that I've ever been a part of developing, I would say the Brandon School District team. That's every single person in that organization. I talked about the challenges we had in 2014, and there's no way that we could have righted the ship without incredible teamwork from everybody in that organization. And that's support staff, that's your teaching staff, that's your principals, that's student ideas, that is the community that's supporting everybody within the organization. It's the alumni base. All of those people have been part of the solution in Brandon. And that is a culture. To me, that's a cultural thing. It's, like I said at the beginning, it's getting us all on the same boat. Well, the same boat is knowing where you want to go. Do we have similar beliefs? What do we really believe as an organization? What are the things that are our driving pillars? What is it that we really want to accomplish as a school district on behalf of our students? We should know. We should all know what those things are. And then what's the pathway to get there? Those things create this common energy, this synergy of all of these groups that are going to work towards this common goal. And to me, the evidence that this team is successful, there's metrics that we could look at student success, and we could talk about that. But to me, the metric that says that we're working together is that everybody is not afraid to share their ideas. And I get texts from custodians and teachers and parents with ideas. They're not just asking questions, they're coming up with solutions. And to me, that's when you know you have a great team. It's when people want to get out front and they want to help take your team to the next level. And this Brandon team, I'm so proud of our staff, so proud of our principals, so proud of our board, the community, because again, some really tough odds. Everybody came in, everybody rolled up their sleeves. We all set our sights on what really mattered most, and we are doing a great job for students. We're doing a better job for students every day. So that'd be my example of the best team that I've ever worked for. No disrespect to any of the other teams I've worked with.
So how would the president of the teachers union describe you?
So he's one of my references. Great guy, very, very good union president. He's got a very level head, and he's able to see the big picture. And I think we've had great collaboration. I've worked with 2 union presidents. Actually, he's just stepping down, and there's going to be a transition to a new person. So that's going to be a big loss for the organization. But what both of the union presidents, I think, that I've worked with would say about me is that I'm very transparent. I don't play games. I'm very, very direct. I look out for them. I never hang them out to dry, ever. A lot of times when I see an issue percolating within the district, I make my way up to the classroom and I ask for 30 seconds. I want to give you a heads up. This is coming. Give me a call later after class. I never want that union president to be surprised by something. And in return, he does the same thing for me. Comes by on prep hour, knocks on my door. Matt, I'm going to give you a heads up. This is going on over at this school. You might want to pop over there. I pop over there. So it's a mutual respect that we have. And I think that's something that he would share that, again, I said I don't play games, but when it comes to negotiating, I'm the lead negotiator in our district. So I do all the contract negotiations. And at the table, I really believe in a no-nonsense approach. There's strategy and there's things that you have to be careful of at the negotiating table, but when you have a high degree of trust between different groups, our negotiations go really well. And we're only meeting a few times and coming to agreements. And it's because we don't start negotiating, when we get to the table. We were already talking about things for months ahead of time. We're constantly working on labor relations. So those are some of the things I think he would say that I'm a high ethics person. He would say that I'm somebody that not only values teacher, but goes to bat for teachers, especially when they're doing the right thing for kids. I think he would say that I see the big picture and I understand what it's like to be a teacher. I went back and be a professor. I love being a professor, but I wanted to do it so I always stayed connected to the classroom, to my roots as a teacher. Those are some of the things that I would expect that he might raise.
Okay. So the final question after 3 nights. Thank God. Okay, so what would you suggest in terms of a comprehensive professional development plan for our educators? Specifically, what would be the key priority areas as well as the delivery system?
So professional development should be wrapped around the strategic plan and the goals of the district. So that's where I would go for the topics, for the areas that you're going to do, what the subjects might be. Pardon me. That should be something that is determined collaboratively. I think when you're able to get feedback from teachers early on about what some of the gaps are and some of the things that they need in order to deliver on whatever it is that we're expecting of teachers is really important. So I think the teacher voice early in the planning process is really important. But more than that, I think that when we look at students, again, I talked about that every student is different. Every child is different. Well, every teacher is different too. Every teacher's needs are different. So I think when you're able to not just differentiate education for kids, but you can differentiate PD for teachers, I think you're in a really good position to do the best that you can to help teachers get better. So teacher voice is important. Differentiating experiences is really important. The way that I often like to design a professional development is where there might be something where everybody's together. Unfortunately, it's very different this year, but in a normal year where everybody's together and maybe we have a speaker, an expert that's talking about a key issue. Let's just say it's going to be distance learning. It's going to be using devices. Say it's Google Classroom or something like that. So you bring some people in and you do some big picture things that apply to everybody. But the next step, what you would want to do is perhaps have breakout rooms that are leveled. There's people that already know how to use this. Let's not insult those people and have them sit through 2 hours of training on something that they should be teaching to us. Give them a chance to go and do something different. The beginners maybe come over here, the intermediate maybe in this area, and you go into small groups based on what their skill levels are. And then I always like to have time where staff can practice immediately. let's say it's the day of the PD. At the end of it, that there's some opportunity for the teacher to tinker and maybe create something within the classroom. And maybe you have a goal, say, let's set as a goal by the end of the day that you're going to upload an assignment and you're going to do X, Y, and Z within Google Classroom by the end of the day. All these people are here to help, and give them time to practice. That way, the learning doesn't just become a performance. It becomes something that creates energy going forward, and the teachers have a little bit of confidence walking out of it. But those are some thoughts. Teacher voice, differentiation, and then getting them, leveling it to where they can get some practice. Those are things that I prefer.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Big deep breath here.
Yeah.
3 minutes.
So, Dr. Outlaw, we want to give you a few minutes now to provide you a few minutes, the opportunity to ask any questions of the board.
Sure. With this, at this round, I think I would just throw out one question to you. I would list the questions that are a mile long. If I were fortunate enough to move forward, I would love to just sit back and listen and take notes. But the question I would throw out to you is, what do you see, setting COVID and the pandemic aside, what do you see as the 1 or 2 greatest challenges facing, that's the question you already asked me, but what do you see as the 1 or 2 greatest challenges facing the Brighton area schools over the next couple of years?
Go ahead.
This is Alicia Reed for the folks on the computers watching us. I think the biggest challenge I see is one that you mentioned already. It's continuing to stay innovative and stay hungry for the next step instead of resting on the prodigious laurels we've already gathered.
Great. Thank you.
She mirrored what I was going to say. I've got nothing more.
I mean, I don't know if we're gonna go in order, but this is Roger Myers, that was out there. I mean, I think, I'm very optimistic that, we will come out the other side of COVID in pretty good shape as a district and as a community. We've built a really solid foundation to take us through that and to continue to build and leverage on what we've already created in the foundation that we have at that point. I mean, we're obviously in the very early stages of implementing the bond. We've got amazing, programming, extracurricular clubs and organizations, and they're all going to still be there. And so I think for us, it's leveraging what, we already have. And I mean, you talk about the complacency, and I think that's a very good observation that, we shouldn't rest on our laurels. And I think our challenge will be to leverage the resources that we've already built and continue to maximize the effectiveness of those and provide not only the breadth of the opportunities, but the depth of the investment in those resources to get the best that we can out of all of our children. And I mean, it's a great problem to have, that we have those resources, but I think leveraging them to maximize their impact is, I think, what will be our biggest challenge.
Great. Thank you.
I think you already kind of touched on that. I thought about it, and that is the numbers at the end. What is the number or the goal? What is our comfortable number and our comfortable spot? And it's going to take some planning, 5 to 10 years ahead thoughts right now, and looking back and seeing what's brought us here. We do seem to be experiencing a level of we're kind of scaling our growth at that end. It seems to have met a number, but it doesn't seem to fluctuate much. And are we okay with that? Or is there something we should be doing to boost it? That's going to be a challenge.
So I'm going to kind of go a different route, and I think this is again something you addressed in terms of teacher shortages coming down the road. Certainly, we know that in special ed it's there, but there's other high need areas.
Yes.
And fortunately, I think we are a desirable district, but there are some areas that are going to be harder to staff positions.
Absolutely.
I would agree with what Ms. Reed said. This is Laura Mitchell, by the way. After losing our superintendent after 11 years that he's taken us to the top, we're going to be looking for somebody that's going to keep us there and go above and beyond. So.
And this is Andy Birchfield. I think that, I mean, I agree with everything that my fellow board members have shared. I think, you know, having had a superintendent who had been here for 11 years and had done, you know, just a tremendous amount of great things for the district, I think we are at a point in time, that crossroads, if you will, and we're at a crossroads of a great spot, but what is the vision? Where is our vision going for the next 3-5 years? And I don't want to get into 10-year type planning, but it's, you know, what do we need to, where do we want to go from today to 5 years down the road and in increments? And I think the word you used is an excellent one, and that's complacency, of continuing to push the envelope and benchmark against, you know, really the best of the best in the state of Michigan, but across the country. And that to me is going to be probably one of our biggest challenges, outside of, you know, just some of what Dr. Krebs mentioned of, you know, just teacher shortages. I mean, that's clear. And some of the issues that we deal with, you know, state funding, and, you know, those are the details, right? But it's really that purpose and that vision of pushing us into that next generation as well.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. But that's it for questions here. Like I said, I have a lot of them, and I appreciate the time.
So we have a couple minutes left, and certainly want to offer you an opportunity to make any closing remarks or statement.
Sure. Again, I want to thank you so much for having me here. I'm not sure that you're going to find another person that cares as much about this community and cares so much about not just the past of this community, the present of the community, but the future of this community. And my children are here, and they're depending on the school district, and they're thrilled to be here today. And I want them to have the best education possible. My niece is in this school district. My friends and families all across this, after 40 plus years in this community, all of those people are relying on this school district to continue to grow and get better. I've spent my entire career preparing for this moment, and I've had 25 years of experience. I've done just about everything in the career, and I have had some incredible mentors. Had a chance to study under some of the most brilliant professors that I've ever met along the way. I've been thrown into the fire. I've been in battle. I've worked alongside a fantastic board. I'm proud of the work our board does, and we just have such a great team. I'm ready. I'm all in. I'm so committed to this district. And whether I'm a superintendent or I'm just a parent, volunteer, I'm going to do whatever I can to help Brighton be the best that it can be. But I absolutely love to be superintendent. I think that I could be a valued member of this leadership team. I think I have a lot of ideas, and I can take that experience and really learn from all of you and help to take this district to the next level. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and hope to have a chance to continue this dialogue in the future. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so just in closing from our end, you know, Dr. Outlaw, we really appreciate your interest in the superintendent position for Brighton area schools. As you know, we've interviewed 6 candidates, and tonight wraps up that process. We do plan to conduct our second round of interviews right around September 1st, 2nd. And then we are expecting to make a decision and narrowing the candidate pool for the finalists this coming Friday. So we're moving pretty quickly, and we look forward to continuing the process. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right,
Take care.
have a good night.
Thank you.
Here's the handshake to everybody. So, all right. Take care. Thanks again.
See ya. Okay. So that will conclude the first round of interviews with our 6 candidates. And we're going to move into this evening. The next item on the agenda is a discussion related to the review on Friday, this coming Friday, August 21st, on the process to select the finalists. So, Mr. Solari? Yeah, please.
A long and intense week. It's not over. We go more on tonight's agenda, so I'll be respectful of that and try to get right to it. Coming back on Friday, and what I'll be asking of you when you come back Friday is to plan to go around one board member at a time, and be prepared to share your thinking in terms of who are those candidates that you'd like to see advance in the process as finalists. Ideally, that will be 2. If you're in a position where you literally cannot possibly differentiate in your mind between kind of number 2 and 3, or any of the 3 top in your mind, I mean, you can certainly say that too and talk about 3 names. But again, it's going to be a tough decision with 6 qualified candidates to get down to 1 in the end. You're better served to now get down to 2, and then really zero in on those 2 and make that final decision. You were smart to buy yourself some time. To have a little bit of time to process your thinking. What I want to encourage you to do is the tendency sometimes can be to just focus on your perception that you walk away from the interviews with. But I want to really urge you to, as important as that is, you want to take the time to look at all the information you have and kind of rethink that all within the context of your candidate profile. Who is the closest match to the candidate profile? Based again on what you see in the application that you have, the resume, the cover letter, the additional materials the candidates may have given to you, your own notes that you've been taking throughout the process so that you can reflect and compare and contrast the feedback that you've gotten from your constituents and what their reactions have been. You want to think about it all carefully, again, looking at who most closely matches that candidate profile. And who do we want to now take a closer look at as we take those final steps in the process and prepare to make that final selection. So again, the idea would be, like we did before when we had the field of applicants and needed to narrow it down, is you each shared who you were interested in inviting into interviews. A consensus became clear. And we would hope it would be that easy. If it's not, we'll continue the dialogue. I'll help you with that. But I would hope and expect that once everyone's had a chance to weigh in, it may become pretty apparent that there's consensus on who you'd like to move forward. Somebody would make a motion. Second, further discussion, you'll take a vote. And at that point, we'll get into discussion about those next steps. Questions about that? All right.
Well, so I'm assuming we'll get information on candidate
It's okay.
thinking for from the community's response, we'll get after this.
Yes, yeah, you'll continue. We're collecting that and we'll be submitting additional responses to you tomorrow morning and then again Friday.
Okay, so that's what we'll get some additional.
Absolutely. Yeah, as they continue to come in, we'll continue to forward those to you.
And you've gotten them so far, right?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
I just want to make sure.
I had a little panic attack, like, oh.
No, we're continuing to get it and I'll.
Okay,
with the
good.
chart.
All right, congratulations on getting to this step. It's a lot of hard work and dedication, so I thank you for that. And I look forward to coming back and rejoining you this Friday at 5.
Sounds good. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Okay, this moves us to call to the public. If anyone wishes to address the board this evening, we ask that you state your name, address, and limit comments to 3 minutes.
You can direct message me, Nick Castillo. I will ask you to unmute your microphone and speak. Okay, we have one. And Reynolds. Okay, two things here. Can you rename yourself? And hello? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my name is Ann Sisty Reynolds, 8734 North Christine, Brighton. I just had a few questions regarding some things that were said earlier with the back to school plans. It was mentioned that the children will be having mass breaks, but when we reached out to our local school administration, they said at this time they don't know, or they've not been notified what the mass breaks will look like. And I was hoping to get some clarity, as we already have made these decisions for our kids to return and we do not know the answer to that, as well as if masks are going to be required outside.
Ms. Reynolds, during call to the public, it's not a question and answer format in a board meeting. What I would ask is that our administration follow up, or if you could email Dr. Suri in the morning or this evening, and she can follow up directly on that, or have somebody from the building level.
I will email again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Okay. That'll close call to the public for this evening and move us into 4 action with 1 item, school of choice fall of 2020. And do we have Ms. Irvin?
I think we'll start with Dr. Suri.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think.
They just.
That they just popped in? Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm trying to comment. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
You can.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. I was trying to dial in and then I switched to video. So let me get back to my notes here. First and foremost, I wanted to say congratulations to all of you for getting through your 6 interviews as a talent acquisition manager. I know how much fun that can be, and it takes a lot of time. So
Thank you. Can you state your name and address, please?
I can. It's Dawn Mifsud, and we are in South Lyon, 120 Maplewood Court.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for letting me comment. So as I said, we're a family living in South Lyon, which is technically a split between Livingston and Oakland counties. My son knows that he wants to attend Brighton for high school for the 21-22 school year, and we're actually looking to move, but currently decided to apply for the school of choice this year for 8th grade, because in his words, he learns better in school, and why not start my new career, or excuse me, my new chapter now. So mind you, this is from a student who was on the principal's list and honor roll the last 2 years. So we feel that he's in touch with his personal learning style. I have to say that listening to your previous board meeting and the empathy shown, particularly from Dr. Suri about your students' social emotional health, truly helped us choose which side of the fence we were now contemplating, whether it be virtual or face-to-face. So going with not only the recommendations from the school board in Brighton, as well as our student, our son, we believe that face-to-face would be the best option for him. I urge the school board to truly look at the data before making a decision on whether or not out-of-county children will be accepted for school of choice. Currently, as of August 16th, using the Michigan Safe Start map, Livingston County is at a 2.6% positive rate per 509 daily tests administered, with a county population of 191,995, equaling 41.7 daily positives per million. Oakland County is at a 4.6 positives per test, 3,600 tests daily, with a county population of 1.258 million, equaling 47.5 daily positives per million. So I know that's a lot of data spewed at you, but the point that I'm trying to convey is that even though Oakland County does have higher cases, it also has a difference of 1,066,005 residents more than Livingston County. Not to mention that when we do add on students for school of choice, there's a monetary value per student that would only enhance the budget for the Brighton School District. We are hopeful and urging the board to please consider school of choice for the few families that are looking for acceptance for this school year, in order to give our children the same advantage as Brighton children, seeing as we are only 15 minutes east of you. We are advocating for our son because we know that attending Brighton schools with a face-to-face teaching and a leadership that not only welcomes students to participate in school of choice, but also takes into account the social and emotional well-being of their students would be extremely beneficial for our student. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good. Okay. All right, that will close the call to the public for this evening, and we will now move into 4 action. Again, item A is school of choice fall of 2020. Dr. Suri.
Thank you. So this evening, I brought back to the board some of the data and some of the organization of the proposal from yesterday that you requested. And so I've just distributed that. You just putting your eyes on it for the first time, and I'd like to give you some time to orient yourself to that, so you'll know perhaps what questions you'd like to ask moving into your discussion. So the chart, well, they're both charts, but the chart that says, this is the smaller one, which is a very challenging chart, because what we tried to do is we took the 4 options that we were reading through last night and found ourselves to be very confused, and we put it into more of an at a glance, and hopefully this will help you see more clearly what each option is. But if we could look at that just quickly. So remember, you'll recall that a School of Choice 105 is an in-county program, and a School of Choice 105C is an out-of-county, contiguous county program. And there's 4 options that were presented to the board as part of the board resolution that we're asking you to consider. The first one would leave intact unlimited school of choice in county, which is what we have right now, unlimited school of choice in the county. So leave it intact, but then we would close the window on all of out of county 105C. So that's option A. Option B we close everything, in county and out of county. We just kind of get out of the school choice business. Option C is we remain where we are with the in county and say, yes, we're unlimited school choice for in county. But for out of county 105C, we do say yes, but the only option for out of county, contiguous county, is the BVA Edmentum only, Edmentum program, which is an asynchronous virtual school or virtual learning program. And then option D is remains unlimited in county, but those students also would only have access to the BVA Edmentum program. And then for out of county, it would be unlimited, but for Edmentum again, only. All right, so that's the one chart. Obviously, there's pros and cons to each of those different options. The other chart, Ms. Irvine put this together for us in relation to the questions that I believe, Andy, you asked a series of questions I took notes on about the number of 105s in the county, how many are BVA students. Of the 20 or so that we said were 105Cs, you were asking about grade levels and who's got a sibling in there. So I think Sharon did a really nice job putting together a lot of data here for you and just a snapshot of that as well. And so the headings are pretty clear. She broke it down by community and interest and who's on hold, who's wanting in-person versus BVA learning. And so as you can see, we have prior to the 12th of August, a total of 20 students, and some might say only 20 students. So, you know, you can fill that in yourself. I mean, it's not a huge number, right? It's 20 students for 105C for in-person, and 4 have applied for virtual learning. So that was before the 12th. After the 12th, and we passed our return to school plan, and I think that's part of this, some of the interest there again. But we've had 7 total for 105C out of county wanting in-person instruction. So that's a total of 27, and those are at this point all on hold. As you can see, there's 3 siblings, and I don't know where that is in here because it's not coded in any way. But and then the chart below is our in-county school of choice, and it's set the same way. You can see the breakdown by the other districts in the county. And right now we have 88 enrolled school of choice in our in-person program, 26 in our BVA program. And those were, you know, already accepted. So they're not really a question, but we do have some on hold because one of our options is to close the window altogether on in-county school of choice. So you can see there's 14 that are on hold and 5 from the BVA. And 21 of those have a sibling connection, so a family connection.
Dr. Stern, can I ask you a question about the 2019-2020 Schools of Choice 105, the number 823? Is that the total number that were enrolled in the 1920 school year? Or that's not new? That wasn't new Schools of Choice?
No, that was total.
That was the total.
Right. For in-county and for out of county last year, 145 isn't. I heard a little sound. That's not Sharon trying to communicate with us, is it?
No.
Okay. Well, you look for her.
She's not muted, but it's not
Okay.
Okay.
issue of student speed.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so those were total students, total school of choice students who were in the AS last year.
Yes.
So those students wouldn't be affected no matter what our decision would be tonight, is that correct?
The 823 and you're asking if they would be affected?
Based on what we decide.
They will not be affected because once a student is in Brighton area schools as a school of choice, they are a Brighton area school student.
Okay.
So those are held harmless.
Okay.
So all of our decisions that we're talking about on new students, I think that's not what.
And a very, as you can see, a very small population that, to be honest with you, I'm certain that we could absorb without any problem.
But the concern is if we leave it open, there could be more.
Then that's what I said last night. It's a potential problem. If somebody said to me, this is all you're going to get and 3 more, between now and the start of school, I would say we can absorb all those. It's really not an issue. It's not a problem. But we just don't know. That's the unknown. And so we have to decide how to move forward.
Do we know where the spread is? So I'm totaling up. So I think we have one potential slight math error here because we're showing on the
7.
105.
That should be a 6, yeah. No, I think a merged cell, yeah, we had a little Excel sheet problem there. 6, it should be 6.
Okay, so it should be 6. Okay, so I think with that, we're at what I'm counting with 105C and 105, a total of 48 on hold. On hold or and inclusive of the 6 that came in after the 12.
Why are you drawing that distinction, Mr. Birchfield?
I'm trying to define what the growth has been from the 12 on versus what we were at previous and what kind of problem how big of a problem we might have.
Right. If I could ask, this is Alicia Reed, by the way, how many new school of choice students do we typically enroll in the 105 and the 105C categories? Because we talked specifically about kindergarten enrollment last night, and it sounds like our kindergarten enrollment is on par, maybe a little short of where we normally have our school of choice enrollment. How does the enrollment for the other grades compare? If we took all of these students that are on hold and everybody else, is that the same level of growth that we normally have? Is this new growth?
It would be comparable.
Yeah.
Okay. So
like you said, we kind of look at a 3 to 5 year trend.
Mhm.
And so last year was a big year. It's big classes coming in. And that makes you stand back, go, oh no, what's going on? But then when you look 2 years ago and 3 years ago, these numbers we're seeing are just a little bit below that. And I do think some of it is being impacted by COVID and parents waiting to make decisions and waiting to hear plans. And now that schools in our district, our county are starting to go back physically to school, I think things will start falling into place and we'll pick up a few more, but things will level off.
And actually, I think what I just shared, I'm looking at this a little bit more closely. I think because we actually have a few that are BVAs. So I think in person, we're looking at that are on hold or enrolled after 8/12 is 44.
And they're on hold then, you're saying it currently.
How did you calculate that?
I'm looking at enrolled after 8/12 is 6, and then below on hold would be 24. That looks like 3 of those are BVAs, and then taking the on hold for the 105, which is 14.
And so I understand the numbers. If you were to take just the in-person for both 105C and 105 that are either enrolled at any point in time, before or after August 12th, and on hold, as I understand it, that number is 128. Is that right, Sharon? It looks like it's 102. It's 88 plus 14 in the 105, and then
Yes.
20, and then 26 in the. That's 128 right now in total for 105 and 105C at any point in time that is looking to go in person.
Yeah.
And does that number include the 65 that you have in the lower left?
Yes. Yeah, the 65 I have there just as a note just because so that you understand when we're looking at our 105 population, you know, the way it's mapped out in the enrollment office, it's not easy to pull out all the numbers in a way that we want to look at them right now. But I do want you to know that the 65, when we talked yesterday about the majority of them being kindergarten, that this is 65 out of 104, 105, which is your school of choice combined that are currently enrolled. So when you add then your BVA, which, you know, you're close to 26 there. So I think you're right, Roger.
Yeah, so, and with that 65, we already have a limited school of choice for those 65 students,
No,
right?
for 105C.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's,
I thought there was, okay.
but not in district, or in county.
So, and so getting back to the numbers for, as I understand it, from the 2019, 2020, there's there's the numbers for the 105C and the 105. It's 823 and 145. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So that's all of that was all of our students for that last school year. And does that
Correct.
include students obviously that graduated that are no longer that graduated
It was
last year?
seniors last year.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was a February count.
So if we're at about 17 or 18%, would it be around 100 students that would have been approximately graduated that would be
School of choice, it's a good question.
I'm just trying to figure out, you know.
Yeah, the trend over the last 5 years is approximately 100 school of choice annually are coming. 100, 130 depends on the year. Last year, I know there was a bubble of students that came in. That was a larger group. But I would say about 18% is about the norm we're getting on a 5-year average. So that's very consistent with what we're usually getting.
This is kind of a couple of questions. First, last week, when we spoke about this, we were also speaking about approving the BBA at Mentor. Is that still on?
You know,
the entire-
I was thinking about that. I'm not sure if we need to approve it. It's the curriculum material that we're using for BVA.
There.
So we have BVA for our in-district and our one portion we're using Florida virtual, and that's with Brighton teachers. And then the second option of curriculum materials is with Edmentum, and that is a virtual package of its own, so they supply the teachers.
So that's off the table tonight. We're going to be discussing whether.
Well,
Right. Well,
Except that this is part of the concern about making sure that we have a clean break with an unlimited to restart an unlimited in a defined program rather than constructively effectuating a limited. So if we don't distinguish BVA Edmentum as a program, then we're dealing with just the concerns about whether or not, in fact, we're choosing a limited.
I think, and just to clarify that, because remember last night I was really uncomfortable with not addressing that directly, because we don't want to have students in contiguous counties be able to enroll into in the BVA with the Brighton teacher and the Florida virtual curriculum, because essentially at term they could say, now I want to be in a building. Right? So this is a way of providing the education, the service, without, and sort of protecting those the social distancing that we're aiming for in our school return to school plan.
Well, I guess we still have another question, but stay on this one then. If we don't choose C or D, we are helping you with the ed and Edmentum. Is that correct? Because those are the two that discuss.
Those are the two options that, as written, yes, but
You don't want to choose A or B because that would hurt
That's my point.
our
Okay.
shared services program, basically.
Okay, so the second question I have is, so all of these numbers that are on hold,
will be at a 25% rate of funding, correct? And if they, just the caveat, if they leave after the first trimester, is it still possible that we wouldn't receive any of that?
If they leave, when, at what point? in the
After the first trimester and go back to their respective schools?
I think we would have count before the end of the first trimester.
We wouldn't have to count
I
before,
think
so
so.
these will
12
all
weeks.
be at a 25% rate.
Right, it's 12 weeks and it'd be early October, we'd have count.
Okay. Just want to clarify. Thank you.
Sharon, I have another question. In the communication that you sent to the board late this afternoon, forwarding this chart, you indicated it was a follow-up to a question I asked last night regarding what might happen if we make a modification to the 105C, but left the 105 plan as is. But then if there was something happened and all of a sudden we saw a spike, a month from now, what could we do? And you indicated in the response, I think it was based on feedback from legal counsel, that nothing prohibits us from adjusting our opt-in selection for each window if that were to happen. Can you explain that in a little bit more detail, please?
Well, so there is a school of choice window. If you're going to choose limited or unlimited, you have to the parents have to make a selection by the first Friday of the school year. So that once the first Friday closes, then the school of choice window is closed. And unless the district that they're coming from, it releases them, they don't get to come in through school of choice after that window closes. There is a section of the code that allows there to be a decision by semester. So you can do that, but you would then have to go through a window period again and allow that to happen. So whatever your defined window is, when it comes to that point in time, you can opt what your choices will be for that particular window.
Could we make our window tomorrow to move the date up? That would then create a freeze as of tomorrow, so that for either plan, for 105 or 105C?
No, you have to have a window of time, and there it's usually up until the first Friday. So you can't shut it off before the first Friday.
After school starts.
Right.
September 11th start.
For both limited and unlimited, you have to have it open until that period of time.
A and B would still go through to that first Friday. So
Yeah.
that should be one.
Yep. Now, if I could ask a question, when we are determining what seats we have available for our students in the unlimited, under the unlimited 105 and 105C plans that are currently in effect, we're still, I can't accept students that I don't have seats for in classrooms, right? And since each of our Brighton BVA, as opposed to the Edmonton BVA, has the opportunity to return to a classroom, my classroom count, my count of available seats and available teachers has to include those students, right? So when we're thinking about whether we can accept school of choice students, either in county or out of county, have we accounted for each of the individuals that's already accepted and enrolled in the BVA as a person that's taking up a physical seat in a classroom?
Yes, we're in the process right now, looking at that. We met today about staffing. I'm gonna let Sharon jump in to explain that, but we are physically planning for this student goes here, this student goes in, so that we're not giving those seats away. That's an important thing to us. Right. Again, it's all being driven by the return to school plan, because that's how we said we achieve our distancing.
Okay.
So
Sharon,
one thing that, in getting in the discussion about whether or not you can stop an unlimited and whether or not there's a finite number of seats that will allow you to kind of still limit your unlimited in a sense. That when I talked to council about that, one of the reasons why the kind of alternating choices in unlimited is not really contemplated is usually districts who really feel like they have a finite number of seats don't choose to go unlimited. They choose to do a limited and go through a lottery process and very carefully assign which places or seats they have available. So it's just usually the districts that choose completely unlimited are ones that are really struggling with kind of a monumental student loss and have space regardless of how many come in, which is why there isn't language that says things like you can stop their enrollment. It's if they enroll by a certain period of time, by that Friday, they're allowed in. And that's one of the challenges with what we're experiencing now in terms of what the potential that could come forward.
Sharon, could you also address when's the next time or how soon could this board make a different decision in moving forward for the second semester, say, of school of choice? When is it, November? It seems like somebody mentioned, Star, you mentioned November to me.
Or-
The limited window for just a very short time in December, and I had to look, I had to go back every year, either 15 or 18 days. We usually keep it open minimum 15 or 18 days.
So in other words, whatever is decided is not permanent. It'll make an impact one way or the other for this fall, so it has to be carefully considered, but you can always go back to something else or move forward to something else for next year or for even second term semester, I should say.
So does the, does the November period, that's also good for us?
Yes, they will be trying to find out that I have to look back. So it's usually November, we try to present it in November, we put it one meeting in December, we try to open it up. And usually after Thanksgiving and stuff, somewhere in there, we try to bring that to
Have we heard anything further from MDE?
They've already said that there's been nothing additional since the last time we talked.
So Mr. Irvine, based on what you just said, we, by definition of unlimited, we probably should have never been used.
But I think we probably need to be very careful with whether we really feel like we have a complete, whether we have that, what our final goal is.
So, I mean, ultimately, this is Roger Myers. I mean, my biggest, the problem I have is that I think that I have a real problem telling families that enrolled in our school of choice as far back as last spring. I understand there's some students, or there may be students that after having done that, they have participated in summer activities as a bright student in anticipation of being a member of our student body and being involved in extracurricular activities. And, it's troubling to me to then tell that student, sorry, we're changing our plan and now no new school of choice students can come in. I have no problem trying to cut it off as of August 12th, or 11th or whatever that date is, where we started seeing a spike of applications from out of this, primarily from out of district or out of county students, because of the fact that they want to go the in-person route. But because we have, these rigid school of choice rules that were never designed or contemplated to be applied in a pandemic, it really ties our hands. It doesn't give us the flexibility that we really need in order. So we're basically asked to take a sledgehammer to something that really we should be applying a scalpel to. And that's really the challenge. That's
So
really
it's enrolled and attends, or so they've attended. So even if a student was in summer school, they would definitely be in. But I do understand, I have the same concerns as we were wrestling with this starting on Friday, because I had a list of how many we've already accepted this summer prior to August. And I do think they need consideration.
Is the student who's participating in extracurricular activities within the district, if they are going, but they're a school of choice, are they, and they're, but they go, or if we were to go with option C, I guess is what I'm trying to say, would that exclude them from participating in the extracurricular activities, or would that?
I think there's a case to be made that that individual may have already started with us and becomes ours, but I do think we need clarification on that once they've started those activities, you know, because if they've started with us, they are ours. It's those that have not. So that is a question I can ask.
And if, Sharon, if they've already, if they have started those activities or extracurricular activities, and they're considered already to have started, does that mean that if we go with option C, that student could still opt to do in person because they would have deemed to have been already admitted?
Well, you know, it would just, I'm going to have to ask that question because, you know, we're trying to be very carefully threading this needle so that we protect the district, certainly. So I know that there's a very strong concern, legal concern, that if we did not go back and deny the previously enrolled, that we would actually be constructing a limited, which would bind us by all the timelines and force us into a lottery situation. So I would have to ask that question. I couldn't tell you that right now.
Sharon, I'm going to ask you a question that I probably should have thought of this before and asked it in private, but the choices that were presented in the resolution, are those the only choices? I mean, where did those come from?
Those are just based on the conversations that, you know, questions about what do we do if we have 105? What do we do if it's 105C? How do should we shut it down? If we shut it down, should we start something else? So those are just the 4 options that would come about naturally from that. The board is certainly free to do what they choose to do. But we can't go to a limited, and that's what we do know that we would be at a risk for a penalty.
That's a penalty that the counsel you've been given is that the MDE does not even have the legal authority to waive that penalty?
Right, because it is statutory. So we're responsible for both the law and then for administrative rule. They are saying, well, you know, maybe we can just bypass the statutory language here. And the legal counsel does not feel that MDE has that authority to do that, and that would be a risk.
And as I understand it, that's a pretty big risk. That's 5% of our revenue. That's a dramatic impact to the services that we provide to students. If, you know, when that penalty is assessed, that would be huge.
That's millions of dollars.
Yes. Yes. The other financial consideration that we talked about last night that we were hoping to get some clarity on tonight was just the financial impact of students that enroll school of choice and are only with us for the first trimester or the first semester. What is the cost that we bear for those students in person and online? And you know, how does that financially impact the district?
So I'm hoping that Michael is on the Zoom call. I don't have my phone, so I couldn't text him.
Yeah, I'm here.
With that answer. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, so the state has really complicated matters over the weekend. As Sharon was discussing yesterday, you know, they are basically doing a super blend for the enrollment or the pupil counts this year. So they've moved to taking 75% of 1920's blended pupil count, which was weighted 90% on the fall count and 10% on the prior spring. and then doing the same with the 2021, and then blending that 75% based on the prior year and 25% on a new year. What that really means is any of these new students are really, you're only going to get 25% of 90% of that FTE, of that foundation allowance on that student. The other complicating factor is we have no idea what that foundation allowance would be. So I took the liberty to run a few numbers and give you a range. So essentially, if there was no change in the foundation allowance from last year, so it's still at $8,111, you're really only generating $1,824 on a new student. That's not somebody, that's someone that's new for the fall of 2020. That range runs.
What was the number? 1,824. Thank you.
That range falls, and I used a reduction of 650, just like we budgeted, which I think is conservative at this point in time, but that foundation allowance of 7,461 would only generate $1,678. So the other question that was asked last night, sorry, so that gives you a range of what you're actually going to generate for any new student that shows up this year. Certainly.
In the first semester, right?
Yes, for the fall count. Now, if that student stays until the spring count, you will receive revenue for them, but not until the following fiscal year. So for the 2021 year, what I'm saying is, if they're here for the fall count, you're only going to receive that portion of the foundation allowance. So the other question that came up was, what was the cost of ed minimum? As I understand it, it's $250 per month. And it sounds like you're able to, it's basically just a monthly fee. So if the student were to leave after 2 months, you're out $500. But you can tell with that if they're here the full year, you're probably going to lose money on them. The other complicating factor is you've got, the board has approved the SFS contract that gives 10% for these BVA kids that come in. So if they're going through the ed minimum, I think you're going to be hit with that as well. So you have a small, obviously a small foundation allowance amount reduced by, and that's complicated. It's a 10% gross that the board approved. The question will become, and I don't think anybody's ever been in this super blend situation before, so that may be a discussion with Jack and his group. But if we're only getting, let's call it $1,800 for one of these students, I'm seeing that as 10% of that number, but they may be seeing it as 10% of the whatever the new foundation allowance amount is. That's still up in the air too, I think.
There's a question. Hey, Mike, I have a question though. Some of the students that we're talking about that will be coming in and being a BVA student through Edmentum are students in the shared service program. And are they not already Brighton students who will get the full funding on them, not the 25% blended? Because they were our student in the spring.
Yeah, I'm just talking about brand new students to the district.
Neutralize some of the impact of this. There's 13,000 students out there that are already our students, and they're going to be offered Edmentum as an online program. Many might not opt for it, but those that do, I think we get to capture the whole FTE on them. And I hope I'm speaking correctly, but.
I was only speaking to new school of choice students coming into the district at this point in time.
But that would be true if it was a new shared services student as well. We'd only be getting the 25% of the blended.
I've only signed for 2, I want to be after maybe 3, but I think it's just 2 new schools. So they've only added 2 new schools into the shared services. So these are already students who are part of our FTE count.
Okay.
But for shared services, we weren't getting 100% of We weren't getting to the-
Correct. Correct, but that's because we were just doing the electives, and now that we're doing Edmentum is for core as well. So it could be the whole FTE on that student.
But it would be 25%.
Well, that's the question. Yeah, I see where you're coming from, Angie. It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
But I think
Potential there.
that's a question. I mean, I think there's still some questions we need answers to, frankly. I don't want to keep pushing this, but I feel like we still need let me say this, I'm proud of this board for the due diligence that we're putting into this, because I think this is a critical decision. I still go back to the end of the day, it's the purpose of this is health and safety. However, it is raising questions for the future on school of choice in general, in my mind. Is there even a value to us? And maybe there is, but it's starting to open some doors of, if the state funding stays the way it is, of what non-COVID, I mean, take COVID out of it, and what's the.
Well, that was one of the reasons why I was asking Sharon if these are the only options, because I'm hearing, and I'm new to this process, so forgive me if I'm misspeaking, but I think the board has demonstrated they're very responsive to the needs of our community, and they want our community to know that if we say we're going to do this and create social distancing because of the pandemic, we mean it. So we weren't trying to play any games of bringing in kids to put in seats so that BVA kids wouldn't have seats. And I think you've demonstrated over and above that you are listening to that and responding to that. But as you dig in, I think it has raised more questions. And I was actually thinking you're meeting again Monday, I believe.
Friday.
Well, but isn't Monday an actual board meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we could again Friday. Thanks, Alicia.
Could take one day off every 2 weeks.
Yeah, some of you guys are meeting tomorrow.
We have done, we have talked a lot about finance. Yesterday, I think we talked a little more about safety. I think ultimately just we need to remember that was safety is ultimately what this was about at the beginning. And whatever day we make this decision, we've got a better picture of what the money might look like. We might find better news or worse news in the next few days, but always keep the safety part out there in the forefront, because it's really what it's about right now.
This Angela Krebs, I want to be a little careful about dragging this decision on, because we've had students here that aren't sure where they're going to be going.
Right, the on hold especially.
And I feel like we really need both to them to make a decision. If we're going to decide that we're not going to allow it, we need to let them know. I don't think it's fair to keep stringing them along. If we're going to allow them, then we need to agree to that too. Whatever the decision is, we need to
Make a motion.
make the decision. I'll make a motion for, before I make a motion, then I'll ask this question. Is Edmentum the only kind of curriculum? Is Edmentum tying us to a curriculum?
Edmentum is the curriculum.
Right, but I say that, can we choose option C with a BVA school of choice option that may or may not be Edmentum? I mean, I feel
You mean
the only option we have for that.
Well, that's the only option we presented,
I-
and that's
right.
where I go back to, if these aren't the only 4 options, there could be a 5th option that might address what you're talking about. But you'd need to, these families, you have to wait 48 more hours, or what it would be. Which personally, if I were the parent, I would want you to be sure what you're gonna vote for.
Right.
And feel good about that option.
If you wait 48 hours, still no guarantee.
Correct.
Well, this is Alicia Reed. I mean, the thing that I struggle with here is that because of the situation that we're in and the, again, impossible choices that our district has to make because of the health situation the pandemic has put all of us in, I don't know that our decision gets any easier. We might get some other options to throw on the table, but certainly none of them are easy because of the choice that we made in February before we knew the health and safety situation we were going to be facing now. We've got folks that are expecting to enroll in our schools or want to enroll in our schools. Because of the choice we made on our return to school plan, some of the folks around us said, I like that plan better than the one that my district is offering me. So they've put in an application for a school of choice position in our schools. That's essentially what we ask them to do every year anyways, to say that the offerings in Brighton area schools are better than the ones you can get at home, come over here. So, I mean, I understand that it's a heightened choice because of the health and safety considerations, but this is how school of choice is supposed to work. So the question that I'm asking myself is, am I still comfortable participating in school of choice? I mean, the state has tied our hands in the different ways that we can deal with this. As you said, Mr. Myers, we have a sledgehammer, and that's the only tool that we have. We're either in or we're out. We're in for in-county, we're in for out of county, or we're out of one or both of those things. And we don't really have a whole lot of additional choices available to us to address the problem. I really wish that we had a scalpel. I really wish that I could say to students that applied for a position in our schools 4 months ago, 5 months ago, and received an acceptance, that we can honor that. I want to do that. We made a commitment to those students, and as a board member and as a parent, I want to be able to say, yes, we can do that. But if the only way to ensure that our schools are not overloaded in a year when we definitely don't want to be looking for extra teachers and extra supplies and extra PPE, because we're probably going to have challenges dealing with all of those things with the classrooms that we currently have, I feel like I have no choice but to make a motion that we just decide this tonight on the information that we have. Certainly, you know, there are 7 of us here. I don't get to do this on my own, but I would motion for option A.
Sharon's trying to say something.
Okay.
Sharon?
I'm sorry. I had just asked to unmute for a while back. I don't need to say anything at this time.
Okay, so I was on a roll there. I motion that we go with option A, where we continue with unlimited school of choice for our in-county residents, and then we have no school of choice for out of county.
That'll have an adverse impact on shared services.
In what way, Dr. Suri?
We have a motion and it's support.
I'll be quiet for now.
Yeah, now we're in discussion. Trombley.
Mr. Trombley.
But can we change our mind after?
We'll discuss and then we can.
Yeah, we're not.
vote or not
Yeah,
vote.
we haven't
Yeah.
voted.
Dr. Furby, did you want to add something?
Well, I hope I have clarity on what I'm going to say, but the only way the shared services can enroll kids in Edmonton is if we have contiguous county school of choice, 105C.
So the administration's recommendation is C. Is that correct?
That was our original recommendation.
And if we go with C, the only difference between what's the motion that's on the table with A with C is that it allows us to continue with the shared services piece that only allows Edmonton. And for any of the new 105C, their only option as a Brighton student is Edmonton.
Correct.
Okay?
Yes.
There's no in person for any of the new students.
Same things.
Right.
Yeah, it's
And
actually a no, except for.
And I'd like to add that from a financial perspective, it's only 4, likely would be only 4 students that would be doing BBA.
it might change.
It could,
But they could do Edmentum.
they,
Right.
they,
Saw that option.
they could, but as of right now, the numbers that were enrolled prior to 8/12 are 4. So I guess it's 7, because there's 7 total that would be, we're talking about a very small number of people from out county that would be looking at our BBA program. So
But having said that, Andy, there may be some that applied in person, and if they've already been participating in extracurricular activities, and now we're saying, you can't come to Brighton unless you do the Edmentum to continue being part of that group, those people may convert, maybe, they only have a virtual option in their own district anyway. So if they've already invested in our district and are participating in our extracurricular activities over the summer, they may decide to go from in-person to Edmentum in order to stay in our district for that purpose.
Correct.
Which we can only do if we vote for C.
Correct.
If we vote for A, they're out.
Correct.
I think that's a very persuasive point. But I'm concerned about the financial end of this. I mean, I think you're right. We're probably with Edmentum only going to get folks that are either already enrolled in shared services or feel a longer term commitment. But there's a significant financial risk there to us and to the services that we provide for our district students if somebody enrolls in Edmentum and quits before the end of the year.
So I wrote down, based on what Mike said, $1,824 for a new student.
If we keep our current per pupil funding.
Right. I mean, the formula they're using, it's going to cost us $2,250 to keep the kid in Edmentum for 9 months. So it's a difference of about $400 loss. But the thing is, well, you can change it next year. If everything changed.
But what's our financial loss in shared services if we only go there? Because that could be significantly greater than.
Who knows? I'm sorry. Four
That's
people
my
talking,
concern.
I don't know what anybody said.
Just hold on. I'm following. That's an excellent point, and I think, and to further that, I guess my point with the 7 is we're sitting right now at 7. Only 7 out county signed up for BVA. So if we did the math, it's a $400 loss times 7.
$2,800. Okay. Versus whatever our potential loss is in shared services if we go with that.
Okay.
You want to change your motion?
I don't have to change it, but I'm going to vote against it now. So there we go. Either way.
Well, let's
go ahead and vote on the motion.
What do you want to do, an amendment? We can amend.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let's just amend the motion.
Amend it.
Go for it. I will amend my motion to option C.
And I'll amend this support.
Okay, so what is on the board of amendment?
And I have one follow-up question, Ms. Irvine. Is it possible that if we have a student or students that are 105Cs, so they're out county, but have been participating in extracurricular activities already in the district, with going with C, would they only be able to do Edmentum, or would they be considered already part of us and therefore be able to come in person?
That's a question that I need to ask. I just think there may not be something that if it's not, if they're not still able to attend in person, they may still be able to continue the extracurricular activities, but that's another question that I think Dr. Suri and I need to look into more.
But at the end of the day, that shouldn't impact our decision.
No, that shouldn't impact our decision,
Right.
but could a student who's in BBA at Edmentum participate in, this is the question, right? Could they participate in our extracurricular activities? Certainly our students in BBA can participate in extracurricular.
I think the answer would be yes, and that question came up another board meeting, and I had my phone here because somebody asked about somebody from East Lansing playing football for us, and
that's right.
John Thompson texted me in the meeting and said yes, because I was kind of like, I'm not
I
sure.
didn't know if now that we're switching our BBA for the 105C, if that changes. Because this is now a different,
I think.
this is no longer BBA. It's BBA and that's
Correct.
It's different now than the old BBA.
But it's still a function of.
Right,
shared service.
I'm not sure you guys have, I don't know. You guys have a lot of questions still to be moving forward with a motion. I feel like you're still asking questions as you're moving. Is there a reason you can't hold up a little bit and get some answers to your questions?
Motion on the table.
I understand that.
So if we think about what our questions are, I mean, the question about student participation, I don't think would necessarily impact our decision of approving option C. So that one I don't think will impact that.
We want an answer on that.
Yeah, we want an answer,
yeah,
but I
Right,
don't
but it
think
shouldn't impact.
It shouldn't impact it.
that won't impact the decision. That's just a question of curiosity and.
That impacts the communication that we deliver to the students that are impacted by the choice we make.
Yes, so we would need that information, but we just don't.
Right.
I don't know if we would need that for the decision.
Shouldn't affect our vote.
Well, I mean, because we're still only stuck with a sledgehammer. I mean, we don't have the option, and this is Alicia, by the way. We don't have the option of saying students that have already done A, B, C, or D can still stay. I mean, unless that question is already answered in the law, we don't get to create new conditions for that here at the board table tonight. We only have the sledgehammer, and if I'm pushing this, I mean, our only options for further thought and decisions delay the choices and the preparations that each of these families have to make. And this is already tough enough. We've all gotten the messages from parents that are concerned about the decision we make tonight on in-district families and out-of-district families. These are real people. We owe them an answer. If you don't feel like you can give an answer that you can live with tonight, I absolutely respect that and would support tabling the motion until Friday or Monday. But for myself, I think I've learned a lot about what I'm going to do the next time there's a shared service resolution on the agenda. And
Right.
for tonight, I think I have all the information that I need to make a decision on the motion that's on the table.
And ultimately, this is Angela Krause, I think I have to think about our families in Brighton area schools. How can we protect them?
Right.
So I know that Howell started in first school today. I know that there's some Howell kids in this mix.
No.
They're not in this mix. They're just numbers that show us. Those were just the 105.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Yep.
In option C, we're saying yes to the unlimited 105.
Right.
That they can still be in person in the district.
So in-county residents will still be able to enroll.
And based on the numbers that are sitting in front of us, the impact on the decision tonight with option C is 20, that we're planning in person from out of county is 20 individuals.
That were already enrolled.
That were
yes.
already enrolled. I'm excluding the 30 that have come in since August 12th. So I'm assuming, I think it's a fair assumption that they would not have come our way had we not voted the way we voted.
And I think there could be.
There absolutely could be more,
So
correct.
To me, the problem is not the 20 or the few more, it's the potential of additional students. That's where I'm struggling, and that's where.
Yeah, I mean, right, that's the sledgehammer, because if we could move the window, the option window to tomorrow or Friday, when this would be it'd be a much easier decision. I mean, there's a lot of tweaks that could be made that would make this a much easier decision, which we just don't have the authority or the ability to do, because our hands are tied with this statute that was not ever intended to be applied during a pandemic. And that's just the bottom line.
If only one of our executive orders had given us some leeway on how to handle this issue.
That'll come out tomorrow. I'm joking. Okay, are we, so we've got a motion on the table, seconded, that's been seconded. The motion on the table is for school of choice option C, which would allow unlimited school of choice for in-county students to attend either in person or remote delivery at Brighton area schools, and for school of choice or for students out county, their option to attend Brighton area schools would be through our BVA Edmentum only.
One clarification.
Yeah.
I went to get my phone and so I see who's texting me, because a lot of people text me clarifications. And one of the clarifications was, it's actually an ISD issue, not a county issue, because there are portions of Southland School District that are in our county. So I don't know if we want to, in the motion, distinguish it. It's our Livingston County ISD versus Oakland County ISD. Maybe has to be squeezed in there.
So the Livingston County ISD, correct?
Well, can we just refer to 105 and 105C?
Yes.
Right.
Is that really the easiest way to do it?
Well, that's, so part of our, you know, package of materials for yesterday includes the actual language. So option C's language is to suspend the policy language of PO 5113 requiring the school district to opt into a school of choice SOC program no later than June 1st. Rescind the Board of Education vote on February 10, 2020 to opt into unlimited 105C SOC program for students in grades 1 through 12 for the 2021 school year. Approve the Brighton Virtual Academy Edmentum virtual option as a program for Brighton area schools, and opt to participate in unlimited 501C SOC program for the Brighton Virtual Academy Edmentum option. That language does not mention the 105 School of Choice program because we're making no changes to the motion that we adopted in February for our NISD group, the folks covered by 105. So I think that language keeps us clear on the statutory meaning of what is in and what is covered by each of those sections of code.
Yep. Okay, roll call vote. Of course you did.
Dr. Cross, support. Mr. Stahl,
Support.
Mr. Mitchell, support. Mr. Trombley,
Yes.
Mr. Myers,
Yes.
Mrs. Reed,
Yes.
Mr. Birchfield.
Yes. Go. All right.
Good. People have a direction.
Okay, that'll close for action for this evening. We have a special board meeting for finalists, our superintendent finalist candidates to be determined on Friday, August 21st at 2020, 5 p.m. everybody. I know. Unless we want to, actually, do we want to push that back?
We can't, Mr. Silveri won't be available if we push that later in the day.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
What time is it? 5 o'clock?
That's because you prove it. I don't know. I'm doing it. Okay. Regular meeting, Monday, August 24th, 2020 at 7 p.m. This meeting is adjourned.
We got sledgehammer out.
Yeah.
I should have started